Why does it have to be like that? I thought this problem was solved. God damn it. Well, anyways, you get two you get 2 streams in one day. Isn't that great, chat? Isn't that just awesome? We are back, everyone. Refresh. Refresh. All right, sorry about that. What I was saying is that we are looking at a card with a lot of defense from 2010 to 2014. The problem is I can't think of any. Big Shield Gardner is way older than that. That card's from like 2004, but I will still click it to see if it's an Earth monster. Okay, it is an Earth effect monster with probably 0 attack. Go, Gigas. Okay. I have 2 questions. First of all, did you look this up? Actually, that's the only question. Because I would have never guessed that. I would have never guessed that. That's like, I have no idea what that card is. I was looking to meeting you last Friday, but I fainted in the venue, then was in a hospital over the weekend. Hey, oh! God damn, are you okay? Did it get better? Well, you're in chat, yes. I mean, okay. That's a good sign, yeah. But yeah, I hope it went well. I hope it got better. All right. I think I heard about it. I think I heard about that someone had fainted, but I'm glad you're feeling better. All right, chat. Better now. I went to work on Monday. Okay, glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. Good. Thank you, Banal Tuners. Appreciate that. Visa's support for Duelist Nexus. No one asked, but here we are. There's more Visa support because that has gone so well in the past, right? There has definitely not been like multiple Visa Starfrost archetypes that have basically completely dominated competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! So, yeah, here we go. Let's see. Imagine they make like a Rhoda for any of the field spells. Lore wise, there are 7 Visas incarnations. So I mean, look, I don't know, but they can just make a couple bad ones, right? Like you don't have to. They don't all have to be. Look, activates field spell, adds a card, pops a card, boosts everything by a billion attack. Like, just make a couple bad ones here and there. Scareclaw. The thing is, Scareclaw isn't even that bad. Scareclaw isn't even that bad, and like, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, Mana Dome Tread. Oh, this is good. This is a good thing because I do want to look at Mana Dome is in Cyberstorm Axis, right? I'm not mixing that up. Right? Yeah, right? Well, RNTG Arachnid, you're gonna be a long time sub then. I appreciate that a lot. That's a lot of dedication, because if you subscribe until there's no more Starfrost, then we're gonna be here for a while. You're gonna be here for a while, which I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Anyways, speaking of Mana Dome, this is a great segue, or a great, you know, this is a great segue because I do want to look at some Cyberstorm Axis today. I want to see some Cyberstorm Axis stuff today, because I feel like I looked at this morning, I looked at like YCS London, YCS LA and whatnot, what kind of deck profiles there are, what we can react to today, what we can talk about. And honestly, there isn't that much left anymore. I feel like yesterday we looked at a lot of the stuff. So I want to finish by watching some of the interesting deck profiles that I found this morning, and then wrap up, you know, I feel like wrapping up the post Photon Hypernova format right now. Right? I don't think there's too much use in talking about like post Photon Hypernova as much anymore. Kalski, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back. Thank you for your Prime. Appreciate you. Anyways, let's read the new cards first. Then we do some YCS recapping, and then we start looking into Cyberstorm Axis, I think. We haven't seen Dinka Bui's list yet, and I also didn't find it when I looked for it this morning. So that is one of the ones that I really wanted to see, but it's not up yet, I think. Mana Dome Trid. Fairy Tuner effect. You can only special summon with the first effect of this card's name once per turn. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. If you control Visa Starfrost or a monster with 1500 attack, 2100 defense, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can special summon a Mana Dome Tuner from your deck. This reminds me a lot of... They all kind of do the same thing. It's been a while. We've looked at Mana Dome when they were first revealed. I think they all have this kind of thing where when they're popped, we're gonna look into it later. They also, I do remember, they have their own 5100, 2100 guy that does something, and I'm pretty sure that one was also pretty good, just like, you know, just like Rhino Heart and Rise Heart. I'm pretty sure their Mana Dome one was also decent. So you have, like, this card is probably good for the deck. I will say, so far, Mana Dome is in a weird spot for me, because when I saw it for the first time, when I saw Mana Dome for the first time, I was like, that's pretty good. I felt like those cards were pretty good, but then again, in the OCG, they didn't do anything yet. Or has anyone seen Mana Dome perform extraordinary well in the OCG? I don't think so. I do not think so. I don't know if that's just a Maxi issue. I really don't know if that's just a Maxi issue, but we'll see. Thick Grayson, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Runic didn't really anything in the OCG either, so we never know. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. But I feel like in the OCG right now, their format seems to be very low power level, at least before the, like, you know, the next set. Like, they were still playing freaking Tearlaments at like such a low power level. I don't know. So I felt like if the Mana Dome archetype has anything to offer, they would probably try it, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll look into it. Maybe when we read the other cards again from Cyberstorm Axis later, we can think about whether this is going to be good or not. Vanquish Souls is seeing play. Yes, that is an interesting thing that I also noticed. The fact that Vanquish Souls actually sees play in the OCG, which I find very cool. I find that very cool, and I really hope that translates to the TCG, because Vanquish Souls seems like a very, very dope archetype. We're gonna look at it later. Does it see success? I don't know if it's like dominating the scene. I don't think it does, but like I feel like it gets some results. Like that deck seems really, really cool. But yeah. Anyways, next up. Veda Karantha. Blood Rain, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If a card on the field is destroyed by card effect and Visa Starfrost is on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand. Then you can add a Clear New World from your deck or graveyard to your hand. If another monster in your possession is destroyed by card effect, you can target a monster your opponent controls, destroy it, and if you do, this card gains attack equal to that monster's original attack until the end of this turn. Xion, good morning. Thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. If a card on the field is destroyed by card effect and Visas is on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand. Now, this does work if you just use Visa Starfrost, right? Because Visa Starfrost in your hand will destroy a card on the field, and then it will be on the field. So you can special summon this. What is Clear New World? Is Clear New World a new card as well, or is that already out? Back? Okay, hold up. Let me quickly look that up just for context. Because if that card is super busted, then you know, that changes things. Clear New World. Let me open the database. Pop. Target a face-up monster you control, destroy it, and if you do, special summon a monster from your deck in defense position with a different original type and attribute, whose level is lower than that monster's original level, but it's negate its effects. Okay. Asaku, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. This is potentially interesting. I mean, okay. I'm immediately thinking of a few things. First of all, this thing is level 8. So you can basically turn it into a level 7. The effects on the field are negated, but maybe you can summon something that's like really good in the graveyard. I don't know if that's great. I mean, you can like transform this into any low-level monster with a good graveyard effect. Actually, it doesn't have to be level 7. It just has to be lower than... It just has to be lower than 8. It doesn't have to be exactly 7. So you can summon any low-level monster from the deck with this. Not the worst. Also, you can hypothetically trigger your mana domes with this, but that would require you to summon a level 1 monster from your deck. Right? For example, you could... One thing that I can think of right now as a good level 1 monster that you could summon out is Glow Up Bulb in the OCG, right? They got Glow Up Bulb back, so you can, like, I don't know, destroy one of your mana domes to bring out Glow Up Bulb, and then the mana dome will also replace itself. But then you have, like, I don't know. I mean, you have this thing on the board, which is not that good. It's level 8. It's level 8. I don't know. Could you play it in Dinosaurs? I mean, I guess destroy a baby, summon the little alligator, but I don't know. But yeah. This card is okay. The thing is, funnily enough, which is kind of weird, they have actually they made so many Visa Starfrost themes, but they haven't actually made me want to play Visa Starfrost, the card. You know what I mean? Like, Kashtira doesn't give a shit about Visa Starfrost. Tearlaments did not care about Visa Starfrost. Scareclaw was the only one that did play Visa Starfrost, but so it was also like by far the worst one. So I don't know. They actually have not really made me want to play Visa Starfrost. I feel like Manadome might be. Manadome might be the one that does it. Yeah. Europa Boy, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate that. Thank you for the support. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Because having to play Visa Starfrost, I feel like is, if anything, at this current moment, already kind of like a downside. So playing a card that requires you to play Visa Starfrost and for that to also be on the field, kind of cringe. Kind of cringe, but we'll see. The effect is not bad, but also having to play the Clear New World for it, which isn't the greatest card, I think. Visas Amritara Light Warrior Synchro Tuner. Okay. Level 8. 1 tuners and a light monster, so relatively generic. You can only use the second and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. This card's name becomes Visa Starfrost while in the monster zone. Ooh. Okay. That might change some synergies. Where previously you absolutely needed Visa Starfrost, now you don't. If this card is synchro summoned, you can add a spell trap that mentions Visa Starfrost from your deck to your hand. Oh. Oh. That is a lot of potential search targets. that can add a lot of cards. Yeah, that is pretty damn strong. I mean, that includes, right off the bat, that includes every single of the field spells, right? I'm pretty sure that includes all of their field spells. I mean, basically, that's why they play Trivikarma, right? That's why they play Trivikarma in some decks already. And this card's effect is basically Trivikarma. Oh yeah, Wraithsoft not. Wraithsoft does not mention Visa Starfrost. True, for some reason. True. Yeah. Still interesting. Is the level 5 punk a light? No, it's not. The level 5 punk is Deer Note, and that is an earth monster. So that means you cannot make this in punks. There is one other thing I want to talk about with Cyberstorm Axes, which is one thing that I really hate. I mean, we'll talk about it later, but it's the fact that we don't have a good generic level 8 synchro in the TCG right now because there's no Chaos Ruler. Not to say that I want Chaos Ruler back. Not to say that I want Chaos Ruler back, but I think it's kind of a shame because we get Assault Synchron. And I think that card is dope as hell, but what the hell are we going to make with it? But we'll talk about that later. That being said, this one is also not generic, sadly, because it needs a light monster. It can be made with 2 tuners, if this translation is correct. Which is something that's very unusual. The only other card I remember that had this was Gothams. X-Saber Gothams. I'm sure there's more, but that's the only one I remember right now. The Manadome Synchro can... Oh, is that like a Manadome thing? Okay. Okay. Anyways, this card is good. This card is good, but the thing is, it's not an end board piece, right? This is not a disruption, nothing like that. This is just like basically one, it's like part of your combo, you know what I mean? And that means that it will help the decks that play it, but it will never be the reason to play a deck, I think. So, well, it still depends on what end board your deck can make, right? This is like a card you can use while link climbing. You can use it for consistency as part of your combo. Similar to Chaos Ruler, right? Like Chaos Ruler was a really good card that helped a lot of decks, but no deck ever ended on Chaos Ruler because that's pointless. So like it gives me those kind of vibes. It's not as busted as Chaos Ruler and not as generic, so that's good. The Worlds as one. Normal spell. You can only activate one. Oh, is this the one that searches any of the planets? Activate one of these effects. Special summon a monster with 1500 attack, 2100 defense from your graveyard. Okay, that's cringe. Shuffle 5 of your monsters that are banished face up on your field and or in your graveyard into the deck. 1 Visas Starfrost and 4 monsters with 1500 attack, 2100 defense. If you do special summon a Visas Synchro. Yeah, okay, that's that. Okay, we're not playing that card. We're not playing that card. That card's unplayable. That card is made. That card has been made. That card has been made for like lore purposes. This is a pure lore card. You're not playing that. Like the first part is a specific situational monster reborn, unplayable. This second part will never be activated in a tournament setting whatsoever. Like this is not happening. No. Pristine Planets Amritara. Okay. Not more planets. Activate this card only if you control Visas Starfrost. Okay, good. Once per turn, if a monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect and sent to the graveyard or banished, you can activate one of these effects. Special summon one of them in defense position. A tuner on the field gains attack equal to half the attack of one of them. Shuffle one of them into the deck. If you do, draw a card. Shuffle this card into the deck. If you do, add a field spell from graveyard. Okay, graveyard to your hand. This card is funny to me because it looks like it's supposed to be. It looks like it's supposed to be like all the planets in one, like I don't know, the sun system maybe or some shit. From the lore, you know, is that the other planets on the artwork? Is there Pearl Rhino on there? No. Like, what is that supposed to be? Is that like the universe where we're talking here? I don't know. Either way, I feel like it looks like it should be more powerful than the individual planets. But in comparison to the individual planets, this card is just dog water, so I don't know. It looks cool, though. It's not that good, though. New World Formation. Normal trap. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Target a spell trap that mentions Visas in your grave. Set it, and if it's a trap or quick play, you can activate it this turn. Banish this card from your grave. Target 3 spell traps that mention Visas in your grave. Shuffle them into the deck. Okay, also hella mid card. Some of these cards or like the Visa stuff is giving me, I feel like they're giving it the branded treatment really hard right now. I feel like they're giving the Visas archetype or the Visas lore the branded treatment where they just print so many cards for it and like half of them or more than half is just fillers because they're not that good. And you could never play a deck with all of those cards because like you'd end up with like a 200 card deck or something if you played play sets of all the Visas lore, which is kind of cringe. And then like also most of it is just terrible. Similar to branded. There's so many branded cards that they didn't have to print because they are irrelevant. And I feel like this is a lot of this is like, you know, the same. But they are throwing like some good cards in there here and there. Okay, this is the last one. New World Full of Stars. Continuous Trap. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. The first time each of your monsters would be destroyed by battle each turn while you control Visas Starfrost, it's not destroyed. During your end phase, if you control Visas, you can target a monster in your grave, shuffle it into the deck. If you control a tuner synchro, you can add it to your hand instead. See, this is what I mean. This card is complete garbage. Like, that card would not even be good if it was a spell card. If I could use the end phase effect on my first turn immediately, this card would still not be good. Like, so this card is bad. This card is not good. This card is like not very. There might be some combos with specifically the synchro, because the synchro can add it, and then the synchro can destroy a monster you control. So you could do something like, I don't know, in Mana Dome, very theoretically, you could summon the synchro alongside another Mana Dome. You can search this thing. You can pop the little Mana Dome, and then the Mana Dome will trigger, and you can like immediately summon it back or something, or trigger the effect. There's probably better things you can do with the synchro, to be honest. Like, if you can get to a synchro plus a Mana Dome, you can probably do better stuff than you can do with this card. But this card probably is at least fringe usable, right? This card is complete ass. This card is pretty good. This card is fringe playable. And I think this card is pretty good for Mana Dome. I think this one is pretty good for Mana Dome, because it's an extender and it triggers when it's destroyed. But yeah. There's that. There is that. Okay. You search the reborn. You can probably search better cards with the synchro. I have to look at Mana Dome again. I haven't, like, the first one the first time I looked at Mana Dome is like, at this point, when was it announced? Like 2 months ago or something? I forgot what most of them do. I do have the card list for Cyberstorm Axis on DB ready as already. But I do want to do 2 things before we hop into Cyberstorm Axis and talking about like the future of the metagame. I want to look at some remaining deck profiles from the YCSs. I've only selected 3 so far that I find interesting that I haven't seen yet. Which goes to show a little bit as well, you know, because I feel like for what, does anyone else feel the same way for how big this weekend was for Yu-Gi-Oh? With like 3 huge YCSs, there's like a surprisingly small amount of interesting stuff to look at. Do you get what I mean? There's like, I don't know, a couple of interesting decks that happened. But for the most part, it's just a lot of Kashtira. Yeah. It's just a lot of Kashtira. Like, Kashtira was the how much worse in top count representation is Kashtira actually in comparison to like Tearlaments? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't even feel that different from last format. Cause last format we had like Tearlaments everywhere. And then we had a lot of non-meta decks that all were either like Flunder, towards the end Kashtira, and then every other deck was worse than Tearlaments and tried to make up with it by playing like 9 Bystials, right? And this format is pretty much the same, where everyone is Kashtira, and then everyone else, there is a couple of other decks, but they're all trying to beat Kashtira. But like, what was the Bystials last format is in this format, like the Kaijus, the Kurikara, the Book of Eclipse. Kind of like the same deal. You know, it's not quite the same because Kashtira is less powerful than Tearlament. There is less Kashtira than Tearlament. Also, I will say from my perspective, last format, I felt forced to play Tearlaments because I did believe it was the best choice. I tried finding something else, nothing worked. Everything, like, it had to be Tearlaments if you wanted to have the best chances at winning. For this YCS, I actually don't feel that way. I did not bring Kashtira, and I don't regret not bringing Kashtira. If I go to YCS London, like, if I could go there again, I would still not bring Kashtira. I would not even consider it. I would not. If I had a big tournament coming up, I would also not bring Kashtira. But yeah, that's that. So in some ways, I like it more than last format, but in other ways, I think Kashtira being the most popular deck is a little bit more toxic than Tearlament being the most popular deck, but it is what it is. Can you agree with people that bring Kashtira? I understand why people bring Kashtira. I think it is a good deck. Like I would never say that it's not a good deck. But what I've said previously the week before the YCS as well is like I don't think that the best deck in the format is necessarily always the best choice for each individual player. We get it. You hate the deck. I don't actually hate Kashtira that much. I don't know why you have that impression. There's like decks that I really, really don't like, but Kashtira, in my opinion, is okay. I think the design on Kashtira is not very well done. Like, I think specifically our Rysard and Shangri-Ira are not very well designed. I actually really like the main deck design of most of those cards. I'm not opposed to the deck in general. I just think that its forms of interaction are not very cool in terms of like Shangri-Ira and the Rysard, but that is all. I don't actually think Kashtira is like the worst we've had in a while. Like I think it's okay. Hating Cybers more than any deck? I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, I just think Mathmech is hella boring, but I also don't think it's bad. I just don't think it's cool design when one circular does everything and everything else kind of sucks. A Rysard is such a badly designed Band-Aid fix to make a mediocre archetype broken. I think the frustrating thing about a Rysard the frustrating thing about a Rysard when it comes to deck building is that it just like hurts so many different decks in so many different ways, where one deck might not have a problem with the fact that it banishes all the cards, right? Maybe your deck doesn't care about that. But then your deck really cares about the fact that it just banishes your stuff over and over and face down. Or maybe you have a problem with the grind game that it creates by reattaching cards like Theosis or Big Bang. Maybe your deck cannot beat that part of the card, right? Or maybe your deck could easily play through one banish, right? That would not be a problem, but your deck cannot beat the Macrocosmos. You know, like it's just a Rysard is so frustrating in so many different ways. It's not like one thing, you know, like it's not like it has this one effect that's kind of busted. Or like some decks like Runic, for example, would not give a shit about a Rysard if it just said monsters are banished, right? If it just said all monsters that that would go to the graveyard are banished instead. No, it just has to be spells as well. I don't know. I think it's yeah. And then some decks randomly care about the attaching thing. Like, you know, you play Goaty or some shit. Like, not that Goaty is a real deck, but like, imagine playing a deck like that like that wants the cards to be banished so that they can come back from banish pile, but brother, that card also attaches all of your shit to itself. You know what I mean? Like, why? Imagine being that one Goatee player. Imagine being that one Goatee player that's like, everyone is like, hey, they have a floodgate that banishes all the cards, and they're like, hey, that's no problem. I want my stuff to get banished. That sounds dope. I can probably beat that deck. And then they sit down and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna banish my Goatee because of your Rysard is gonna come back next standby phase, and your opponent's like, a Rysard effect to attach? You're like, what? What effect? Say that again? Like, you still lose to it. And that's like, I think that's annoying, but anyways, that's that. Okay. All right. Drawn OG, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate that. Welcome back to month number 3. Before we hop into the last deck profiles from YCS London, I do have a little bit of a React Andy planned because there's something I already wanted to watch yesterday, but we didn't have time. And I have received my my lunch. So let's do that real quick. And that's Magical Hats, Pug. New Magical Hats episode titled "Are Going Second Staples Fair?" And now that's a good. I'm gonna have some things to say about this, and I probably have some opinions on some of these going second staples that might surprise some people, but we shall see. This one tilted me.
You've triggered my trap card, the Magical Hats. In this series, myself and 3 of the top Yu-Gi-Oh! Streamers will give their unfiltered, uncensored, and uninformed takes on some of Yu-Gi-Oh!'s most pressing issues. The catch? One of these 4 has a fake take, and it's up to the rest to find the liar. It's time to play Magical Hats.
Dan, leave this one in the video.
And welcome back to another episode of Magical Hats. We're all chillin', we're grillin', we're villains. I got me, I got Coder, I got Farfa, I got Nimnim. Anyway, today we're talking about Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, wow. Cringe.
Today's prompt is about a class of cards that I am lobbying to be called equalizers and no one is picking up. A series of stuff that you jam into your extra deck and then deploy when you go second. Board breaker.
That makes no sense. That makes no sense to call them equalizers. I'll just say that right off the bat, because they never has it ever been equal after those cards have resolved. That is not what's happening. Evenly is an equalizer. When does it ever look equal after one guy has resolved evenly matched? There's no shot like that. That will never catch on.
We are asking, are they too good?
You mean side deck, not extra deck?
Did I say extra deck?
Yeah, you did.
Equalizers and extra deck cards. Let's go.
No. Dan just dub over the side.
Side.
There you go. Let's schmix it up a little bit this time. Gage, you want to go first?
Oh,
Wait, what? Why is Gage going first? Oh god, that's gonna get confusing.
I mean, I suppose I'll go first. Okay. My take on this is I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is unlike any other card game, right? Compared to like all the other big 3, Magic the Gathering and Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just in an entire realm of its own, even baked right down to the bare minimum of like their resource system. And I think because there is like no resource system to keep the game flowing at a steady state, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like the only game where you can literally vomit your entire hand on the board and make cards just make insane value, right? You can go plus 20 in a turn, which that's just not physically possible in most other card games. So I think it's also in that same line that we can say like these cards, these equalizers, as Joseph would like to put it, definitely are, I think, at a comfortable level. I think we've had a lot.
You know what? I'm actually going to give you my opinion before I'm going to listen to all of theirs, because I just want to get it out of my system. I think in the state that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is right now, or in modern age. Actually, let me wait for the ad to finish, because I think there's one running right now. So I shall wait so everyone can hear. Okay, so I think in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, I think these cards, as it currently is, are necessary. I think cards like Evenly Matched, Lightning Storm, Feather Duster, whatever, I think those cards are necessary. But I don't think that they are fair cards. I don't think that they are fair cards. And I think in an ideal world, or in a world where I get to design, like, you know, if it's all my decision on what cards are being printed, what cards are being banned, whatever, I would try to make the game in a way where those cards aren't necessary. Because it's always like, you know, if Dark Ruler No More is not a thing, then how do we beat unbreakable boards? So Dark Ruler No More is necessary, which is like, it's not a wrong statement, but you could still ask the question of like, maybe we should just get rid of both things, right? Maybe we should get rid of the unbreakable boards and the Dark Ruler No More, and then we're in a better, you know, we're in a better environment altogether. You know what I mean? I had the same argument recently when I talked about someone. I talked about someone No, I talked to someone about floodgates, and they asked if I think that cards like Lightning Storm and Feather Duster are fine. And I said the same thing. I think those cards are a necessary evil in the game, because you have you need to balance out the win percentage for trap decks when they get to go first, right? Because trap decks, if there was no mass back row removal, going first, they would pretty much always win. Because you would just never be able to out their floodgates consistently, right? And the thing is, I would balance this out by just, I personally would remove the floodgates, and then I would also remove the mass back row removal, and I think every single game involving trap decks would then be more enjoyable for both parties, right? Because as of now, every trap deck match in 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! Is pretty much trap deck tries to floodgate, and either wins by a blowout floodgate or opponent has the blowout. Like, it's just trading blowouts. It's not at all about control anymore, right? And I would remove that aspect altogether. I would remove it from both sides. I would remove the blowout cards from both sides, because I think blowout cards don't really make Yu-Gi-Oh! That fun. I don't think it's that fun to get dustered, to get evenly matched, to get sphere moded, whatever. I think all of those cards, like side decking in general, has become just a, you're just trying to auto win the game. You're not even trying to, like play the game normally after siding anymore. It's like every game these days after siding is like, I'm gonna play these blowout cards and hope to draw it, and if I don't, then I probably don't win, So I find Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot more enjoyable in Game 1, actually, these days at tournaments. I think Game 1 is more enjoyable than Game 2 and 3 most of the time. It depends on the format. This is not a generic, it's not always true, but for the most part, I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a lot more fun Game 1 these days. Because I also think deck building for Game 1 is a lot harder, because cards actually have drawbacks, right? If you want to play, I think evenly in in Game 1 is fine, because you put it into your deck with the risk of going first and drawing the card, right? That balances out evenly matched. But when when side decking is involved, and we get to decide who goes first and second, it's pretty much you put these cards into your deck with no drawback. And if they resolve, you probably just win the game, right? And this is, once again, I'm not saying I want best of one. I am not a fan of best of one. That is not what I'm saying. Don't get me wrong. Please don't, twist the words. I think best of 3 is better than best of 1. I just think the fact that we have all these blowout cards makes the games that we play after side decking I think it makes it worse. I think the games after siding are worse than the game we have before siding.
A lot of going second cards released in the recent years that have really pushed the limits of what thought could be possible earlier on. Cards like Dark Ruler No More, even Ultimate Slayer to a point people thought was really crazy, but they've proven to be pretty fair, right? I know it's really frustrating to get your board Dark Rulered, but in a meta where Dark Ruler No More is the considered going second staple, you can still play around it and make different boards to adjust for it. So I think the cards that have been pushing the limits, like the evenly matched, like Dark Ruler No More, Lightning Storm, and stuff like that, although they seem really powerful on paper, they still are just powerful enough for them not to be broken. I think these going second cards have been designed really well recently, and I'm pretty sure they're all fair.
Yeah, I guess I'll go next if we're going in opposite order. I hate to agree with Gage, because I think that that's probably the most suspicious thing you can do. But I think that when we look at going second cards, you see a sentence like the one on Dark Ruler that's like, all monsters negated, you can't respond with monster effects, and you go, all right, that's like the most broken thing ever, right? But in practice, I think he's right in that there are ways to play around almost every single one of these. A Dark Ruler, for instance, famously during Virtual World format, you would chain the Chuche to, and then you could respond with the thing that would actually counter the Dark Ruler.
Just say his name, Joseph. The thing is VFD.
Kashtir has done
Just say it.
Oh, VFD. Yeah, it was VFD. But like Kashtira, for instance, is a deck with a clear weakness to going second cards, and
this is, I think, another good point. It's a balancing issue. And on most of, like, it's not only a balancing issue for those cards, but also for the decks in the format, where with all those board breakers being present, in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, it's really, really awkward because most of the decks, like, we have so many decks that fall out of the meta just because they can't beat one of those cards, right? You're like, if your deck has not a single plan on how to deal with evenly matched, but its plan is to summon a bunch of stuff turn 1 and end on like 5 cards on the field, if your deck doesn't have a plan for evenly matched, it's basically unplayable, right? And so they kind of had to design these decks to be like okay against evenly, okay against Raigeki, Dark Hole, okay against Sphere mode. You need the way to play around that. You need a way to play around that. You need a way to play around that. And as it turns out, there's just a freaking blowout card for pretty much any deck and any situation in the format. You know, we can almost pretty much tribute every number of monsters your opponent makes. We have a Kaiju if they summon 1. We have Lava Golem if they summon 2. We have Sphere mode if they summon 3. If they summon 4, I guess there's Kurikara or something, like, or if they commit way too much, we have Nibiru. Like, you can do that. You can remove all their, you have removal for all their back row. You have destruction for all their monsters. You have single targeted destruction. Like, there's so many options that, like, it can be tough, I think, from a design perspective to make well-balanced archetypes, right? Yeah. And as a result, I feel like they try sometimes to make decks have ways to play around these things. And then sometimes decks end up being way too powerful because they can play around all these board breakers really well. And then sometimes they forget some. And then, I don't know. It's just, at the end of the day, there's probably a blowout for every deck in the game right now. Which is not, I don't think it's the greatest feeling. I do think it's better. I do think it feels a little bit better than having only hand traps at your disposal. But I still think that sometimes the balancing of these is off. Genosaur, thank you for the 11 months.
What's happened, instead of, you know, people just saying, oh, if you draw it, you draw it, people have transformed their play around them, taking what would be an exceptionally boring match in, you know, lock 15 zones and pass into one that actually has interplay because they're playing with respect to those cards. I think they're powerful for sure, but I think that going first is so crazy that you're going to need something like decently.
Okay, that's another very good point. If those cards did not exist at all, the current format would be a lot worse, because obviously if people were not playing around Lava Golem Sphere mode or Nib to an extent, then, you know, like the theoretical impact that these cards can have is very positive. I think that is a very positive thing, right? People that play around cards, even when you don't have to draw them, but because they could be in your deck, your opponent has to play more conservative. That's a good thing.
Powerful in order to beat back that level of advantage. I think they're in a good spot, and I think the fact that a lot of them, cards like Lightning Storm, for instance, aren't seeing play proves that, like, they're fine.
All right, I guess it's me. So I completely agree with Gage and you, I suppose. When you look at cards like Evenly Matched, Dark Ruler, like if you read these cards like 10 years ago, you would think like this is a custom card. Like this is something someone posted on Reddit because they were so salty about Dragon Rulers or Spellbooks or something. Like in theory, if you...
I'm sorry to pause this much, but that's actually not true. I'm pretty sure that Dark Ruler No More would have probably never seen play until I don't even know what year we would have started to play Dark Ruler No More or Lightning Storm. But like those cards would have been so bad in early Yu-Gi-Oh! Like those cards are only a necessity and only a product of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Modern age Yu-Gi-Oh! Is even the reason why these cards see play. Like that's You print Dark Ruler No More in 2003, and no one looks at that card until like 2018. I don't know what year exactly you start doing it, but like those cards are awful. The same goes for Lightning Storm. Lightning Storm is like such a turn 1 centered card that back in the day we would have never looked at that card. Those cards would all have sucked. Those cards are only here because modern Yu-Gi-Oh is all about vomiting as much as your hand onto the field on turn 1 as possible, which isn't always a bad thing. Like the game is still good, but you have to understand that these cards only exist as like they are only here to cure some of the symptoms, right? They are not actually inherently insane Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Some of these, right?
You activate Dark Ruler against a combo monster deck, you should sort of just win on the spot or evenly against a back row deck. But with modern Yu-Gi-Oh, there's almost so many ways to play around this. Like you can summon boss monsters in defense to play around Lightning Storm. A combo deck might have some sort of searchable Omni Negate trap card to stop Dark Ruler. The thing is, like, wiping the board doesn't even guarantee that you have a way to win that turn. I mean, there's cards like Maxi and Mastodon, for example, that you still have to contend with. And hand traps, I think, bring a lot of, I suppose, counterplay to all of these equalizers, as I suppose you like to call them. In general, I'm really in favor of going second being strong, because you can probably count on one hand the amount of times going second has ever been optimal in any given format. So turboing out something like Zeus is very powerful, but again, like sometimes these kind of cards like don't actually just win you the spot. But right now, I think we're actually in a very, very perfect equilibrium and a really perfect sweet spot. I don't think they should be stronger than where they are, but I think they're good enough to really shake up the game and make you think about how you play going first.
Okay, well, I guess I will close it out here. So the prompt was, are going second cards getting too strong, or are they too strong and whatnot? And I think, on the contrary, I think they're all pretty weak. And I mean this, like, obviously, like Nadir said, if you read Dark Ruler, you read Evenly, you're like, this is a custom card, this is broken. We've had so many formats in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where drawing Evenly with nothing else to break a board didn't even break the whole board. Or, like, you would Dark Ruler a deck, but then, like, they could still have back row or hand traps, so that doesn't even, clear the whole board by itself. I think going second cards are significantly weaker than they appear to be, and I think this is like really obvious in the fact that there has been no good going second deck in a long time. Like you can pull up to an event playing a blind second deck and stuff like that. It is almost always like playing from behind. You are not playing the most optimal strategy if you are playing a deck built to blind second. I think the only example, in my opinion, of going second cards that are in some way too strong is cards like Kaiju's Lava Golem Sphere Mode. I know that they haven't been like really crazy that often, but when they are, these cards, like, you know, the format's really busted when you have to play these cards, but those cards, in my opinion,
literally
are
this format.
where the what's up?
This format, like literally this one.
Fair, very, very fair. But I'm saying like the formats in which those cards are good are like few, like, and far between. But I definitely think that those non-answerable, like, I guess Dark Ruler's non-answerable, but like you can have, like, you know, like Nadir said, like a searchable trap Omni Negate kind of thing, whereas like Lava Golem Sphere Mode Kaiju's is like, yeah, you don't even get to, you haven't had the chance to breathe and the guy's already on your board, you know what I mean? I think those are probably the only ones that I would consider are a little too cracked when they're really good, but I don't think in general going second cards are even very good at all. I think they're just okay. They're necessary from time to time, but by themselves, they never win you the game, which in my opinion is where they should be.
I got a question for everyone, I suppose, and that's in the context of Rogue, for example. I think they might be too powerful. So I'm wondering how you guys feel about these equalizers going into Rogue. I mean, if you resolve evenly match against you, Kevin, playing Unchained, like, there's almost no counterplay to that, right?
No, there is. There is. In Unchained specifically, there actually is counterplay, but I see your point, where like a lot of rogue decks will just fold to these
and stuff like that.
really crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
That's not necessarily a
rogue
bad
decks
thing, in
losing
my
to these
opinion.
cards.
Like that is always going to be true for any certain subset of cards. Like, that should be the case, because that is why decks are rogue decks, because they perform worse into popular cards or deck choices, right? Like, if your deck loses to popular cards, that's why it's a rogue deck, right? So like, it just makes sense, right? It just makes sense for it to be, because like, if we did, let's say we didn't have board breakers, then like, okay, maybe, hey, my labyrinth deck now is a lot stronger because it cannot beat evenly, it doesn't lose to evenly matched anymore because that card doesn't exist anymore, so that therefore my deck is now better. Okay, and then you're gonna have other popular cards in the format that other decks lose to, and now those cards are rogue decks, and we have to have the same discussion again, right? So that's kind of pointless, right? Your deck is worse than other decks because it doesn't beat cards in the game. Like, that's how it's gonna work. That's normal.
Speaks to how powerful the cards are themselves. I think it maybe reflects the weaknesses of the person playing the rogue deck, right? Like, if you're playing like Fright Fur or something like that, you get slaughtered by evenly. I don't know, what loses to Fright Fur? Like
Battle
everything.
Fader,
I don't know, man. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I think that's just a flaw in the deck itself. I don't think that really makes a better case to say like these cards like Evenly and Lightning Storm are better.
Okay, so what I find interesting here is that all of them said that they are in favor of them being, like, they said they all said they are fair, right? They all said they're fair, and if anything, even a little bit too weak, I think. So who doesn't actually think that?
Because like Kevin said though, like even you were getting to somewhere where it's like you have to sometimes pair
Which
two
I don't
cards
know.
together to do anything. Like if you're playing Lightning Storm, great card in general. Either I like Raigeki your board or I Harpy's Feather Dust you, right? On paper, incredible card, but against some decks like Tirashizu that we just saw, you Lightning Storm, I'm gonna laugh at you.
Yeah, pretty
like
much.
I think it really just depends on the deck you're playing against. I think the cards in general though, I think they're fair. I think is the thing we came to. The only person that I'm like suspicious of is Kevin. He said they just weren't even good.
No, okay, I'll clarify. So, what I mean by they're not that good is when I consider if a card is good or not, it's a card that by itself does so much. And going second cards that I would qualify as really good are stuff like Red Reboot, which is banned, and to some extent, Pankratops. I think Pankratops is a more powerful card than Evenly Match or Lightning Storm or anything like that. The card's a body and forces out a ton of shit. The thing you need to keep in mind is that Evenly Match, Lightning Storm, for the most part, in most, like, most duels you're going to be playing, those cards are going to bait out a negate. They won't do the thing that says on the card that it does. They will say -1 negate on your opponent's board. Whereas Pankratops is able to trade for 2. Red Reboot basically can't be responded to because counter traps are busted like that. That's why I'm saying they're not crazy. They're like, they are good cards, obviously. The text on the card reads a good thing. But I'm saying you look at Evenly Match, and sometimes you look at that Evenly and you're like, damn, I just wish this was an imperm for my opponent's starter.
Got a take on this, Joseph?
Yeah, you've been pretty quiet over there, Joe.
Yeah, I really don't have anything to say, honestly. That was a pretty strong, I think, incorrect statement from Kevin, but that doesn't mean he's lying.
Okay, so what do you think's incorrect about it, right?
I don't know if we want to go back to like talking about rogue decks, right? I think
So the problem here is I think we are mixing up terms, because Pankratops is definitely not a more powerful card than Evenly Matched. I think what Kevin is trying to say is Pankratops is a more versatile card, a more consistent card, and it will more often do what you want it to do. And those are all true things. It is true, when I draw a Pankratops going second, I know pretty much exactly what to expect from it. And it will very often do the same exact thing, which is like summon, maybe go to the battle phase to out something, but most of the time it will just pop a card, and that's very, very consistent and very versatile. The problem is that you can't really compare cards by like strength super easily, because what there's different things that make a card strong, right? And consistency and flexibility are only two of those things, right? And like evenly matched definitely has a strong impact in certain metas and formats that can be much higher than Pankratops when you go second, right? And I think it's not as easy as to say like, yeah, Pankratops is a stronger card than evenly matched because it's more consistent or more flexible, because that's not true. Like in some formats, it doesn't matter. When you go second, if there's a best deck in the format that absolutely gets shattered by evenly matched, it doesn't matter. I don't need my Pankratops to be flexible. I don't need my evenly to be flexible when it always does win me that matchup, right? In that matchup, it's a strong card, right? I think it just goes to show by how little play Pankratops sees. I don't remember the last time I've played Pankratops. I don't remember the last time Pankratops has been summoned against me, I think. I think it's just a matter of Pankratops is actually like too fair now. Because very, very simply, when you like Pankratops is something that no one is going to main deck, right? No one is going to main deck Pankratops. And if I'm looking at the side deck very often, I'm like, okay, I need a card for this and this and this matchup. And I'm like, is that ever supposed to be Pankratops? Like, not really. The card being at 1 does not matter. The card being at 1 does not matter at all. Because if it was a really, really good card, you would still play it, right? You see Feather Duster all the time. Chat, you see Feather Duster all the time, dude. Feather Duster is being played so often. You see Called By in almost any deck. You see so many cards that are limited. Like, you guys act like the card is banned. It's not banned. People don't play it because it's not that good. Would you play Fenrir at 1? That's like the worst comparison because Fenrir depends on having another, like, a part of Fenrir is that you can search another Fenrir. That's very different. Also, I'm going to say it, you're not going to like it, but 1 Fenrir is still better than 1 Pankratops because Fenrir actually does something when you go first. Like, Pankratops can easily go to 3. And even then, it would probably not see much play. The card is very fair. I would love Pankratops to go to 3.
What we should focus on is like the gameplay loop of rogue decks, right? Like a lot of these decks, despite the fact that they're using like dog water.
Hold on. One more thing that I want to say is that a lot of their arguments has been circling around the fact that like there is counterplay to some board breakers in most popular decks. Which is true, but the result for that is only because we have so many different board breakers, and I'm going to include like Nibiru here too. If you look at it, we have like Raigeki, Dark Hole, Lightning Storm, Feather Duster, Evenly Matched, Dark Ruler No More, Forbidden Droplet, Nibiru, Kaiju, Sphere Mode, and Lava Golem. Those are the ones I could think of right now. There's probably more. Super Poly. The thing that happens is that, yes, most top decks can play around a portion of these, and then the other portion is the one that sees play. I think you can very safely say that since the last couple years, there's always been, for almost any deck in the format, there's been a couple of board breakers that really beat it. Right? I think the only exception to that I can think of right now was Ishizu Tier. I think Ishizu Tier was the only deck that was just unbreakable. Like that deck, if you let that deck play, full combo, you could not do shit. Like that deck would just beat you, right? I don't think any other deck had that where you couldn't realistically break the board with at least a couple of these cards. As a result of that, I think for the individual cards, you could be like, okay, Dark Ruler is fair because you can play around it by setting up interruptions from grave, hand, and back row, right? Fair point. You can play around evenly matched by maybe summoning a card to your opponent's field or setting up one negate. Fine, right? Okay, evenly is fair. You can play around Raigeki by summoning monsters that can't be destroyed by card effects, maybe, or that trigger when they're destroyed. You can play around Lightning Storm by summon your stuff in defense. Yes, you can play around this by doing that. I think for each individual card, this argument works, right? You could argue that, okay, Lightning Storm is fair because X. You can summon all in defense. Fine. Works. The problem is that I don't think you can play around the concept as a whole these days because there is way too many options for board breakers that exist, right? You play around Lava Golem, you play into Kaiju. You play around you summon everything in defense to play around Lightning Storm, and then suddenly your opponent like goes into Zeus because they can easily crash into a defense position monster and make the Zeus. You play into this, you like it's, and so I think that individually all of those cards are probably fair, but as a concept, I think it's sometimes not the best design. I do think that it is necessary because of how powerful going first would be in Yu-Gi-Oh! If we didn't have these cards right now. And I do agree with Nadir when he said, currently, it feels like we are in an equilibrium between going first and going second. I do agree with that. I don't think going second in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now is that bad. You don't do it on purpose. Like, if you can decide, you go first, but it's not the end of the world. It's not a dice roll format. It really isn't. But I still wish that the board breaker blowout cards just weren't necessary, right? I wish that the things that make those cards warranted, like the unbreakable boards and stuff, just didn't exist in that fashion, and therefore we didn't have to view these cards as necessary, if that makes sense. Because as of right now, those cards are necessary. Don't get me wrong, they are. I just wish they weren't, is what I'm saying. Because I don't love all of the dynamics that they create. Swamp Boat and Mac Attack, thank you guys for the primes. I appreciate you guys.
Cards for babies. They're still trying to do something that's like comparable to existing strategies, right? Like Valon, for instance, is like an awful archetype that just FTKs, right? And so it loses to Nibiru in the same way that like Kashtira would, right? So I think
Valence.
Oh, Valence.
Valence.
It's like
Valence.
a pendulum.
I don't know if he
cards
was talking
for the
about
life of me.
Vylons or Valons. Like,
The
But
Valance.
when we're talking about like rogue strategies losing to going second tools, I think that's because the rogue strategies almost universally are trying to do something unfair. Like, oh my god, going second tools beat Dark World. Like, good. I don't want them to Silva hand loot me. Does that mean the going second tools are too strong? No, I think it means they're in a good position. Like, they're well designed.
That's true.
Farfa, you had a point. You were saying like you really enjoy decks being able to go second. And one question I ended up having was, do you enjoy these decks being able to go second on the merit of like the deck themselves, or being able to go second because of all these generic cards that are possible to be played in that deck? Do you think that that's what makes it fun? Or is it like, I don't know, I'm beating people outside the box with a strategy they're not expecting?
I don't know. Like, whenever I think of Go Second Perfection, I always think of that, like, Hani Orcus deck from ages ago that was, like, Blind Second with Vishuddha and Mind Control and Pankratops. And in some ways, I think, like, I don't know if that was really the engine itself that was obviously it helped, but, I mean, there was just, like, a lot of, like, staples generically, like the Mind Controls and the Vishuddhas that just really helped you. Yeah, I think that's really good. I think that's the best. That's when Yu-Gi-Oh! Is at its peak. It's when you're able to pick apart and trade 1-for-1 and then a 1-for-2 and stuff like that. I think that's actually when it's like at its most fun.
Yeah, but like that is a counter argument to almost anything you said before. Like that is exactly what I'm saying, is that those types of those types of games, the ones where you trade 1-for-1 and whatnot, those are not the games that you create by playing evenly matched. The games you create by playing Lightning Storm, the games you create by playing Sphere Mode, the games you create by playing whatever those cards are, right? You don't do that anymore. I think that's the whole thing. That's the point. I wish we could do that. I wish I could go second and draw, what is like 2 fair going second cards? Like, let's say I can draw, I don't know, a Mind Control and let's use Pankratops, right? Let's use Pankratops. I think there's almost no deck in the game right now that you can just beat with Mind Control Pankratops. Or Alpha, dude. Alpha is like, oh my god, I wish Alpha was playable. I wish Alpha was playable.
Trade 1-for-1 and then a 1-for-2 and stuff like that. I think that's actually when it's like at its most fun.
You would like my Unchained deck, bro. My blind second Unchained is literally 3 of every Unchained card, 3 Lightning Storm, 3 Dark Ruler, 3 Evenly Matched, 3 Kaiju. That's just how I build the deck.
I think Nadir. So.
I would like to change that answer.
But I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand because like that doesn't win. Like I play this in Unchained, and the deck's still ass. Like that doesn't win.
You're playing Unchained, Kevin. What do you want?
After you resolve Dark Ruler, you have to normal summon like Sasahara or whatever.
You're literally playing Unchained, Kevin. Like I don't.
No, but like no good deck in the game right now prefers to go second, and I feel like it's been so long since a deck in the game preferred to go second that was like a good meta strategy.
Do we want to guess?
This is because I can tell you why this is. I can tell you why this is. It's because the balancing of Yu-Gi-Oh! Fundamentally is currently still heavily tipped into going first. Going first in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just busted right now. And you would never, or like you don't want to, never is the wrong word, but like you just don't want to give that advantage up for the chance of going second and drawing one of those blowout cards. Because that's the only advantage of going second, is that you can play the blowout cards, because no deck actually is good at going second without those cards right now. Like, there is some decks that do it better than others. You know, some decks maybe have like a slightly better chance to win going second than others. But for the most part nowadays, Yu-Gi-Oh! You go second, you draw no non-engine at all, and your opponent performs a full combo with a meta deck, you've probably lost the game. Unless your opponent either messes up big time or gets really unlucky. And I think that is the fundamental problem that makes these blowout cards warranted. At the same time, I don't think that makes them fair, because if you also look at it from the other player's perspective, sometimes you go first and they have that one blowout card that you just can't play around, that you can't prevent, right? And then all of a sudden, that also doesn't feel fair, because like what did that player do to deserve losing the game, right? They didn't play worse. They did their normal first turn stuff, and their opponent just happened to draw the blowout card for it. Like, that's not a very interactive gameplay either, right? Where you're just flipping the script. You're just flipping the script instead of like the player going first, just doing what they do and just winning the game off of it. Player going second, like, you know, just battle phase evenly, game's over, right? Like, that is not. It does not promote healthy interaction. I don't feel bad if my opponent makes a broken board. You don't have to feel bad. No one should ever feel bad about winning with a certain card. It's the same way you shouldn't feel bad by winning with a floodgate either. That doesn't mean that you have to support the design of floodgates, but only because you don't like the design of something, you can still play it. If it's good, it's good. Just play it, dude. Just win your games with it. It doesn't matter. That's not the point. It is not unethical to play the best cards in the game. Like, that is not a thing. That is not, you know, that doesn't work like that. It's just that I feel like it's there's a fundamental problem with going second right now, which is that most decks simply cannot win going second against what other decks are doing going first, which makes those cards necessary. And I wish that was not the case, because whenever you do not draw one of those going second cards, it actually feels like such an uphill battle that you're probably losing, right? I think the only solution to this problem could be that if they just started slapping effects on cards that would make them a little bit stronger going second, but don't really make them more powerful going first. But they would still have to be playable going first, right? Unlike Pankratops. And preferably like in-engine. Like, you know, maybe you just make a card that, like Mole Cricket. Yes, Mole Cricket is a great example where that card is completely reasonable going first. But if your opponent, it has this bonus effect, right? Where if your opponent has the biggest monster, I get more value out of the card, which makes my deck a little bit stronger going second. Incredible Ecclesia is another great example of a card that is absolutely reasonable going first. Therefore, you can main deck it. You don't have to go blind second to play Ecclesia. And then, you know, but going second, the card becomes better. Card like Talents is also actually, I think Talents is fine in that sense, right? Because if people play hand traps, you can actually play Talents going first, right? And I think those are the solutions we need in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! For most of those problems, because very simply speaking, cards that you need to hard draw that are outside of your engine will never really fix the problems of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like a card like Dark Ruler No More existing will never fix the problem of combo decks being too powerful, because what the hell if you don't draw Dark Ruler? And I'm probably almost never going to be able to main deck Dark Ruler because I still want to go first, right? So I would need cards that are good main decked and like beat decks that can beat decks going second, right? And I think ideally those cards would also not have to be blowout cards going second, right? Because the only reason also you need blowout cards is because most of the time your opponent makes a board, it invalidates half of your hand, right? Look at the current format is a perfect example of this. You summon a Naturia Beast, for example, your opponent's hand most likely only has 3 playable cards. So those 3 cards better be impactful. Those cards cannot be 1-for-1 trades. Your opponent summoning in a Rice Art against most decks in the meta invalidates half of their hand, if not more. So that last card that you have better be impactful, right? And I think that is a flaw in just card design. You could fix that in card design relatively easily by just making a couple more cards just a little better when you go second, right? Without giving them additional effects when going first. Like, I think it's a very elegant solution to print cards with like a good effect, and then they're like, if your opponent controls more monster than you can also special summon it, or you can search an additional card, or you can pop a card on the field after you do that. If there's stuff like that, I think is very, very underexplored. I just miss the times when you could go second game 1 and just win by drawing a normal Yu-Gi-Oh hand. You know what I mean? By drawing the cards that all you want in your deck game 1, even if you go first, like that hand I want to have when I go second. You know what I mean? The only deck that I remember that being the case was Ishizu tier did that. It didn't have many, like Ishizu tier did that with like Kelbeck and Havness. There was like cards that were good going second. Runic is also very close to ideal card design in my opinion. You might not like it because you've played against Runic Stun one time too often, but the fact that Runic has exactly that, all of those are extenders or utility cards, is great, like design wise. I love that so much. The fact that I can play a deck full of engine but still have 3 MSTs in my deck, 3 negations in my deck, 3 destructions, 3 special summon destructions in my deck. I love that design. I think it's insanely cool. The fact that I don't have to worry about freaking floodgates game 1 because I have 3 MSTs in my deck, which no other deck in the game can freaking play MST because the card just sucks. But yeah. Anyways, that's my 2 cents.
I have a guess.
I have a guess.
I feel like I'm so wrong.
I don't know who the imposter is though. Okay, who of those 4, because they all said going second cards are okay, who of them actually hates it? It might be a Farfa angle. I think it's a Farfa or MBT angle. I've never seen Farfa complain about going second staples. I don't think it's Gage this time somehow.
I feel like I am unbelievably wrong. You know what I've noticed, by the way, is that
I'll
every
just say
single time we
MBT.
do this, anytime no one has a clue who the imposter is, they just write my name. What's the deal with that, huh? Explain.
We find you are a very imposter style.
It's every time the lights go off. I don't know where you're at.
All right, everyone ready? 3, 2, 1. It's me.
Yes! Yes!
Yeah, that's what I had.
Did you guys both write Joseph?
Yeah, we
I
got
wrote
him!
Joseph,
We got him!
I feel like my back was against the fucking wall because I haven't been the imposter in weeks.
Yeah, you were just extraordinarily like more quiet than usual.
That's the strategy.
I
You just
can
let him
tell.
cook.
That was
You know,
because
that's
I was
what you do.
Let him cook, yeah, dude.
That was because I was suppressing my real take, which is that all of you are dumbass dog
You
shit.
think they're too good?
brains,
Time for
idiots.
You think they're too good?
Relax. I'm ready.
Relax. What is your
I don't give a fuck if evenly matched is good or not. The gameplay that happens when I draw evenly matched is not fun. Like, I don't give a shit if Lightning Storm is a good card or a bad card. If it's ever being played, it's going to lead to a sacky non-game determined by if my opponent has drawn the part of their deck that deals with the dog shit going second card versus did I draw the dog shit going second card that wins me the game instantly. I think Kevin talking about Lava Golem, Sphere Mode, Kaijus, exactly on point. Dumb shit, unrespondable, auto-win garbage that determines games, zero fun to
I mean,
play
it's
with.
not
When I was
auto-win,
talking about, like...
Jesus, bro.
Well, it's close. When I was...
That's what I said. I mean, not that exaggerated. I feel like my opinion was a little less drastic. I think in general, I don't think they're dog shit design. I just think it's more nuanced, basically. It's just like, I wish they weren't necessary, right? I see why they're necessary, so I can see the positives about them. I do see the positives that they provide for the game and the environment, because if we didn't, I can't help but think, like, what if we didn't have any of those cards, right? If we didn't have any of those cards, you would basically auto-win so many games going first. Even after sighting. If those cards did not exist, there's a billion decks that going first just win. They just win. No questions asked, right? No questions asked. If I go first and all of those cards don't exist, I can make a board that you cannot beat. Very simple, right? And there are a couple of dynamics that these cards create that I think are really good. Like, for example, Sprite Carrot. You summon a Sprite Carrot when you go first. Your opponent activates a spell card that you would normally like to negate. Like, I don't know, a terraforming. And because of evenly matched existing, it makes negations like that a little bit worse. I've had a bunch of games where my opponents would have a negate, and normally if they knew my hand, I could not play through it, but because they're scared of certain other cards, they don't negate a card, and then I actually end up being able to play, right? And maybe I can end up winning a game because they use their negations suboptimally because they're playing around me having a card like evenly matched in my hand, even if I don't, right? But that's only a very small subset of games, because I do think that it is true. I said this earlier, the gameplay that happens when those cards are involved is not very good. Like, your opponent either negates it or they lose very often. And like, you know, I wish that wasn't the case. I wish it wasn't the case. I think it would be as simple as you need to make going first in general less powerful. And if we manage to do that, if you manage to make the game a little less centered around having to go first, I think it's fine that everyone wants to go first. It's just the inherent advantage that comes with going first are, I think, a little bit too much. And I think if we can do that, you know, make going first a little bit less broken, and that actually affects multiple aspects of the game, not just the combo boards, also like the trap decks, right? Trap decks are also inherently more busted when they get to go first, right? If we can balance that out a little bit, then we could also think about, you know, removing some of those cards from the game.
Reserved by like going second, cards being extremely good. The gameplay I'm talking about is people in Kashtira making a rise hard pass. That sucks ass. If I wanted to play a game that slow, I'd play Magic. Like, I'm here to watch like cool shit happen. Like, I just like, I cannot tolerate these cards. I think they are so unfun.
Whatever. I don't know if I'll ever be happy with this analysis here at the end, but I'm glad I sniffed it out.
We got him. That's the most
Whatever.
important thing.
See y'all next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Joseph, I meant to ask. Somebody asked me in my chat today.
What did they ask? Okay. Damn, I love magical hats. That is a great format. Okay. We will never know, yeah. Okay. All right, for the rest of the day, there is a couple of deck profiles that I have found this morning that I still wanted to see, because despite there being an awful lot of Kashtiras at the YCSs, there was still some innovation which I really enjoyed. And I want to showcase that. I want to showcase some of the more interesting decks. We've already seen some yesterday, and we're going to look at some more today. And there we go. Okay, so let me look at those. Okay, I have unfortunately not found an updated spreadsheet. I did see that, and that was pretty awful. I don't know what my thoughts on that should be. I think it's awful, and I think people should just let people be. I don't know what people's problems are. But yeah, thank you for the 2 months anyways. But I generally, I think if you don't have anything nice to say, you should just not talk. I don't really see what you gain from, you know, that, but all right. First up, we have a Tri-Brigade Sprite deck by Hisam Johari and Kamal.
Mortal here at the 250th YCS with the boys. What's up, guys? Persuasion, Slim. God, yes. And whoa, please.
Hold up. I'm just seeing this again. And I always notice this in the stream live cams and whatnot. What the hell? Why are American YCSs so empty on day 2? Why is there no one there? even in like the early rounds, if you look at the coverage between rounds when they show like the venue and whatnot, there's like no one. Do they not have public events on Sunday? It ended at like 12 a.m. Yeah, but like, I'm pretty sure I saw this also during the earlier rounds. But yeah, anyways. Side events end at like 3. Okay. When do side events end for us in Europe? Sorry, public events. $16 last entry. Okay. I see.
Please introduce yourself to the world.
You know, Haitham Johari back here with another top. You know, Hani's brother, aka Hani's about to be Haitham's brother. You know. But yeah.
I was about to say, don't do that. Don't introduce yourself as Hani's brother. What kind of attitude is that?
I got top 8 at YCS LA, and me and Kamal played the same deck. He got top 64 with the same deck. We played Tri-Brigade Sprite.
Another deck, by the way, that I did try to work on the week before the YCS. I did try to work on Tri-Brigade Sprite, but I did not reach any result that I was happy with. So I'm interested to see what they have.
Deck performed pretty well. Overperformed, in my opinion. We could do shoutouts at the end. We could just get into the deck profile. For the Sprite cards, played 3 blue, 3 jet, 1 carrot, 1 red. I would never play more than 1 red. I feel like this is standard. Then I played 3 starter smashers. No, self-explanatory. No double cross because it never came up. And we end on revolt, so it doesn't matter. For extenders, we played 3 E-Telly in the Foolish Burial. Since we played the Tri-Brigade cards, this is really good, you know, and then we could also send Angler for 2 beavers, so that's kind of nice. We mained a Gamma, so E-Telly was just really one of the best extenders ever.
If you didn't find Life Twin, what do you think you would have played? Well, first of all, I didn't find it. I would have probably played some Runic variant. I don't know which one exactly. Like maybe Runic for Hire, Runic Plunder, or Runic Naturia, probably. I was like, after the regional where I played Labyrinth, I tested some Kashtira on Sunday and I didn't like it, and I was like, damn, the only thing that's left is like Runic versions. It has to be some Runic version. That was basically my view on the Sunday. And then they told me about the Life Twin.
Yeah. For the Tri-Brigades, we played 3 Kit, 2 Nerval, 1 Kuros. A lot of people play like 2-2-2. We ended up playing 3 Kit and 2 Nerval and 1 Kuros because the way we were doing our combo, we would search this at the like in our combo and have a Kit in deck.
And also you want to open this one because it allows you to chain block through Ash on Sprin and allows you to get beavers into play too.
Yeah. And the way we were doing our combo, we just always have Kuros Kit by the time our opponents pass turn, and it was just like game. And then of course the best card in the deck, Revolt. Like every time they evenly me, like I just keep Revolt, and it was just enough to make me live a turn, and I have a bunch of follow-up, and I win the game. Nimble package, of course, 3 Beaver, 2 Angler, standard. Nothing else more to say. Our hand chests are kind of weird, but we played 2 Nib, 2 Droll, 3 Ash, the Gamma package, and then 2 Imperms. I feel like we played 2, 2, and 2 because we wanted to see like a combination of cards, not just like 2 of the same one. Gamma is obviously self-explanatory, Ash is self-explanatory.
Yeah, and there's also to cover multiple matchups where some of them would be underwhelming compared to others.
Yeah, I felt like there was gonna be a lot of Sprite. Like honestly, we felt like there's gonna be a lot of Sprite. So like Nib in a combination of Ash or Gamma or Imperm was good.
I don't love it. I really don't, but I do think that, like, I get the reasoning somewhat, because I do feel like hand traps felt a little bit underwhelming overall this format. Like, Ash and Imperm are fine, they're solid. Gamma is obviously strong when you go second, or when you have a deck where you can get ashed when you go first. But other than that, most hand traps felt lackluster in like major ways, I think. Like, yeah, I don't know. Besides Bestials, after siding against some decks, I think most hand traps are in a very, very mediocre spot right now, which is why I told you guys to play like a mix between hand traps and board breakers. If you have decks that play a lot of non-engine, I told you to play like, yeah, you can play Ash and Imperm, but you should probably not play that many more hand traps, because at that point, like, the hand traps you add after those become very situational. Like Droll and Nibiru, if they go off against certain decks, they're pretty strong, but they are not very consistent overall. So I think you're better off playing cards like, I don't know, Talons, Book of Moon, that type of stuff, evenly even in some decks, but yeah.
Roll was for cash. Nib was for cash because a lot of people were just like going into the zone locks and like just not respecting it at all. So I never resolved it against cash, but because just like, I don't know, sometimes I just gambled them and it was game, but they were always zone locking if they could, I think. That was the main deck. It was 41 cards. Oh yeah, you know, for the side patterns, for the extra deck, we played 2 Sprint. I feel like it's mandatory considering, you know, cash is in the meta. 1 IP, 1 Pit Knight. This card's literally insane. So the board's like IP Pit Knight like this, and you just go IP, they don't respond, you go Pit Knight, target a monster, it negates its effects and makes the attack 0. Everyone forgot that it makes the attack 0, so they would go battle phase with the...
Pit Knight seems pretty solid against Kashtira, actually, because you like put them on a 0 attack Fenrir or Unicorn that's negated. So that's pretty cute.
More than 1600 attack monster and try to swing over to Appaloosa.
It's not insane, but it's like, okay.
And they would read Pit Knight and be like, wow. And they most likely conceded
wow.
after that.
Oh my goodness.
1 Dragon Lord, 1 Bear Broom, 1 Firajit, 1 Omen. These are like the Tri-Brigade's summons. He mostly summoned Omen off of Revolt, but that's obvious. We played 1 Topological for IP. This never came up. Like,
it's supposed to be for the Labyrinth matchup when they set 5, so it would be a free win. We just IP in the Zoroboros, flip up a vault, summon the link, banish all the traps like the end phase, and just OTK them on the follow-up.
Yeah, like moving forward, this could be like another Zeus, a Downerd, even a Cerberus. Like, I mean, I just labs is like non-existent because just everyone's prepared for it. Other IP target was Appaloosa. That was it for the links. For the XYZs, played 2 Gigantics, 1 Mannequin Cat, 1 Mosquito, 1 Zeus. I never wanted to play more than 1. No one really hit this card. Even when they looked at my extra deck, they just never hit it. They hit like something else. Maybe my Gigantic or...
I guess you have a lot of other one-offs.
Or they hit my other Sprint, or somebody hit my Zoroboros, my Appaloosa sometimes if I never made it. Like, I don't know. Like, they were just weren't hitting Zeus sometimes. I don't get it. But...
For me, it was great because I only played 1 Gigantic, because Gigantic actually wasn't that important in my deck, and every single one banished the Gigantic, I think. Because they were just like autopilot. Their brain was on autopilot mode. They were like, yo, there's only 1 Gigantic. Get that out of there. Get that out there quick.
Yeah. Of course, 15 extra, that was it. For the side deck, which me and Kamal also played the same, 3 Bell. For Runics, Mathmech, what else? Labyrinth.
Mainly those 2 and Labyrinth.
The Cosmics.
It even happened, I just now remembered, it even happened one time when I only had one evil twin in the extra deck left against Kashtira. I had like 1 evil twin on the field, 1 in the extra deck, and the other 2 were banished because of Arise Heart. So if they banished my last evil twin, I would have pretty much lost.
Runic.
But they did not.
Dark Ruler, it was for Sprite. We sided it against Runic. I saw it in top 8. Still lost. 3 Lightning Storm. We played this for Cash and the Labyrinth deck. And I even put it in, if I versed Sprite, I would put it in against Sprite.
You watched all the
they set,
features you plan to watch? Not yet. I have a few
and,
more lined up.
I feel like I couldn't beat that.
I'm also not aware of every single one. I'm kind of lost, not gonna lie. It's like the first time in like a year where I'm recapping a YCS without the spreadsheet, and it hurts. I didn't know I was dependent on it that much, dude. I'm like in shambles without my little pie charts from the spreadsheet. It's like actually I'm literally crying in my sleep because there's no spreadsheet.
Even if I Dark Rulered them, because it's like double cross taking your normal summon hurts, and so does smashing your normal summon hurt. And then lastly, I played 3D Barrier. It was good against Despia. I was set it
You
against
only miss her when
going in second because most.
I had one opponent. I had one opponent who unicorned or diablosis my extra deck in game 1, and then in game 2 they debarriered me on XYZs. I played one. It was fun though, because they we laughed about it together, because it was like it was round 12. We were 10-1, and so we were already guaranteed to top, and I think I even lead them, and they chained barrier and they said XYZ, and I looked at him and I was like, you looked at my extra deck last game, right? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, how many XYZs did you see? And I was like, it's just one. And he's like, probably should have called fusion. He's like, yep, you should have done that.
Them this gimmick Puppet and get rid of their only Mirror Jade, and then just go Alibert add Branded Fusion. So you just set D barrier and pass. On their turn, you flip it, and then they're gonna pass, and then you just play your deck for free. Gimmick Puppet did nothing.
Insane.
So, yeah, 15 card side. That was it for the deck. It performed very, very well. I'm happy with how
Interesting. I do think just to analyze this a little bit, I think that Tri-Brigade Sprite it does solve some problems that Sprite has right now, which one of my main, or like the biggest problem that I have with Sprite is its follow-up. Even when that deck gets to go first, its follow-up is just kind of whack. Without Elf, the versions that don't make Toad also don't have a follow-up Beaver. It's just very, very mediocre in terms of follow-up. And with Tri-Brigades, you don't have that problem because, first of all, your board is insane. So you're probably winning off of that. But even if you don't, you go like Revolt to get another Tri-Brigade into your hand. So that's at least another layer of plays next turn that you can have. And that is something I liked in theory about Tri-Brigade Sprite. The reason why I still did not bring Tri-Brigade Sprite, or even the reason why I didn't test it that much, because sometimes I start building a deck, I start thinking about a deck, but then I scratch it at some point. I just go like, I don't think this is going to work. Let's move on. With Tri-Brigade Sprite, I did that simply because I was not a fan of the fact that the deck has like the whole secondary engine. The whole secondary engine simply does not play into a Rysart. That was my problem. NH, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. Would you try the Fur Hire Sprite Runic deck that made it to top 4? I will definitely try that one, yes. Next up, we have top 32 YCS London, Aaron McInnes, Dragon Link.
Hey guys, Gabe from Disciples here, and today we have my favorite disciple, Aaron's deck profile.
How's it going?
Where did you place today?
Top 32 at the YCS in London. It's a good yes.
That's cool. What did you play?
Dragon Link, because that is the only deck that we know how to play.
Yeah, so for context, me, Carmack, and Aaron play the same list, card by card?
Yeah. You played second Sarnia.
Oh yeah, I play. Me and Karvak played one extra card. That's why we did shit. That's the problem. We won't talk about the rest of our tournaments. Do you want to do shoutouts first?
So first of all, shout out to WAF. This is where I got the original idea for the deck, specifically Nets, Cormac, Hash, Ivan, Max, Deadly, Herman, Charlie, June, and Josh. And then shout out Epic Cards and Games as always, they're my sponsor. And then Darian, Nick, and Lawson from back home supporting me and keeping me sane. And then obviously Marcus and Gabe for the bed and breakfast.
He has been crashing in my house for a week.
Yes, I have. It's been a great time.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you enjoyed Europe, and I'm glad you did well. All right, let's get into it.
Alrighty, so Bestial Engine, 3 Lebellion,
Ooh.
3 Magnamut, 1 Saronir, 1 Druis, 1 Saronir.
Tell me more about that.
This card came in and out. I think it's really nice to just like have as a backup. Spheres is such a threatening card that if you can just like force them to out it, and then main phase 2 you have this, and then like this is Ascend or just like this plus Beast, like it's so difficult for them to like actually kill you.
I love
Bestials, and then the goal is you just
dude.
cycle Magnamut every turn with Regained, and you just search Levianeer, you have follow up, you have like whatever you need.
Yeah.
And this card is like the reason the deck is now really, very good because you Chaos Space search is like another card. Most of the dragons in the deck are dark, so you just get like a really easy pitch. You get Magnamut and you just cycle it for the entire game. This Lebellion's the MVP of the deck for sure. Normal summons, we got 3 Safer. This is another reason why the deck is so good now, because if you open this and then you can Ravine send this, and then Safer now just has an instant add back.
Between like Lebellion and Saronir, just get access to like a Safer.
Dude, I
pitch
wish
so
this
easily.
deck was good.
Starting Safer is like considerably better than starting Black Dragon.
Yeah, and in a perfect world, we could play 3 Saronir, but the format just doesn't allow it just because of Kashira.
Yeah, I think Saronir is like actually one of the best extenders. Just you need to respect Crash.
Yeah, exactly. And then more Chaos cards. These just standard Chaos based. This is so absurd with Magnamut. So like your first turn Magnamut will search like another Bestial, usually Druiswarm, especially if you have Beast up.
You think it's that bad? I don't think it's that bad. No, I don't want to shit talk it. I just don't think it's like the best pick for a tournament ever, and probably won't be in a long time. Like maybe, once again, maybe if a Rise Heart didn't exist, but like it's just the deck is the epitome of a little bit too fair, right? It's just a little bit too fair. It's not a bad deck, but it's also just not that good, right? Like I have some hope with some, maybe there's a world where you can play Bestial Synchros after Cyberstorm Axes. We'll talk about that later today when we start looking at Cyberstorm Axes. It's one of those decks that I have a little bit of hope for with like Assault Synchron and the Apple Dragon. I would love that. But for this YCS, honestly, I don't understand why they brought it. I really don't. I think, okay, actually, I think it's a good deck into everything that isn't Kashira, which is not a good thing. It's not good that you bring a deck that's just good against everything but the most played deck in the format. I don't really understand why that is a thing that makes sense in your mind. Like, because I saw Gabe post on Twitter. He's like, yeah, deck was great into everything except the Rise Heart. I'm like, yeah, I know. But like, I don't know. It's like, yeah. So I think the way it went is like, they really love Dragon Link. And so a lot of them decided to play it. And I think for most of them, it didn't actually go that well. And maybe Aaron was just the one that faced more non-Kashira than the others. But I don't know. I think it's a very cool deck. Like I said, I wish it was good. I wish it was a great deck. But I think it's just like all right. Because it's kind of bad. It's the best deck in the format.
Through spheres, you're just gonna search this, and then first action will just pop, clear their board, and then you're gonna kill
It's so cool because you can actually like chain block Levy with Regained, or you can actually like go Levy, and if they chain like an Imperm, you can chain Beast, tributing the Levy if you have another Bestial. So it's very harsh to prevent. So against Cash, even when you do half board, what happens a lot is that they break it and they make a Rise, but you just Levy them, and they can't interact with Levy, and then you just kill them.
As long as you like don't let them birth banish your graveyard, that's the only time that it becomes an issue.
Exactly.
More normal summons, because we're playing 43, we max out at 6. And Safer is obviously like not bad when you open this because you can special it. You can pitch it off Ravine and add Lebellion. Like it's like actually it's not a bad draw.
Yeah,
They never really clogs. These cards were absurd for me the entire weekend. You just get to like Romulus, and because you have so many good sands off Ravine now, it's like even better.
Yeah, the one cool thing with Black Meadow is that like it's free to banish kind of thing.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
Seaford, you don't have like a banish for the Bestial.
100%. Yeah. So if you open this, you can like banish it very early, and like you can play around Nibiru because you can go like this, summon this, or and then like banish this from grave with Striker on the field. So Striker banish for this Magnamut, and like Lubellion summon back, and that's under 4.
Yeah,
that's 4
being able
summons.
to Lubellion Tribute Item is super cool.
Yeah. And then Rocket Engine. The Router was a card that I had to fight tooth and nail to get into Deathst. But
How was it for you?
It came up a lot. On feature, I opened Chaos Space Router.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Just because like it was meant to be, like it was in the list, and obviously that happened.
We kept joking that it's fine. We'll just simply draw Space Router, a quick launch.
Yeah, so obviously it's not a great draw. The original thought that this was the second Saronir, but I think like getting access to the Rockets is so strong. Getting access to Savage, especially when you're trying to push for game, is really important in my eyes. The argument was like, oh, you can just like Tracer Send and then Boot Sector Summon from grave, and I'm like, that's not always realistic. And then obviously when you draw like these or Quick Launch or Chaos Space or Ravine, and then like there's just so many ways that you can get this out of hand, and it's not like as bad of a draw as like you initially think, even though like it's not great in theory. Spells, 3 Chaos Space, 3 Quick Launch, and then Ravine, Boot Sector for all like the OGs. None of this has changed. And then we add in the Regained and Beast.
I love those cards, dude.
So this Regain's definitely like the best card in the deck, or like the best card like this engine. Like
I want to play a deck with Regained and Beast so bad.
So if you just like open Magnamut turn 1, you get to do that, and then Spheres can summon like a Seyfried or whatever, or like a Druid Storm. Like it doesn't matter. And this is a pop every turn. You tribute a dragon if you control a Bestial. And then the other cool effect is you can activate a continuous spell or trap from grave during the end phase. So if you start and you're done with this, then you get to end on both of them.
Yeah, and it's also cool that Regain helps you play through Nib. So like if you end on if you get your Regain instead of Beast and you get Nib, sometimes you get like the Seal float and the Regain float, and then like the Nib kind of did nothing.
You just make another Nib, or
in general, like a lot of times where people would be like holding Ash, they draw Ash for turn as a 6, and then like Ash might seal, but then you have the Regain.
Yeah, so it doesn't kill both the things. Generally, very cool. Yeah. I was just putting back resources is so nice, like this Striker Dragon, Pisty.
Oh yeah. You get more Chaos Space draws. Yeah, it's really efficient. And then hand traps, you've got these. 3 Imperm, and then the last edition was 3 Nib. This was Net's idea. Obviously, Nib is a very good card. The original slot was Prosperity, because the idea was it is sometimes an out against a Rise Heart because of Gamma. You can hit it, Rise Heart mandatory triggers, and then you Gamma it. My concern was like sometimes I have Goliath, and it's not a real out. And then also like obviously Prosperity fixes some hands, but also sometimes you're just like need like lights, and like there were some times when like you would brick on spells if you played like Dark Ruler Post or whatever, and like Prosperity not being a monster I think definitely came up, and like even like Nibiru, I don't think I ever really drew it dead. Like it was I think really strong for me the entire weekend.
Yeah, also Prosper only really works if they are Rise passing, right? The problem is if they try to combo wide, the Prosper's not really out against Cash. So
expected more wide combo as well, which I think was another important.
Every Cash that I played against went into Nibiru, even if whether I drew it or not. So I think
that's crazy. Mine just do the opposite.
That's the thing is like you couldn't really prepare for everything. So Nibiru I think was just like a better overall option. Nature Runic is not a great matchup.
We can talk about this deck a little bit more later when we look at the Cyberstorm Axis cards, because I'm pretty sure there's support there that I don't know. In my mind, I have to read the support again. I forgot what it all does, but maybe there's a world where we can play this deck, because I feel like that'd be nice. But I think it might still require a little bit of a ban list hit to cash Tira for it to be insane, but maybe.
So, like this gives you a way to like force Baron at a minimum. So it just gives you a chance to play the game.
It's also very cool going first in this deck, because with
Bestial Synchro Sprite, if Bestial Synchro Sprite is the best deck, you're gonna probably catch me at every single tournament I can find. Like that deck is that looks so fun. I love that deck.
The way seals interact, right? Like they kind of summon, especially against Cash, like they summon a monster and you seals bounce it in battle phase, and then they have to summon like 4 more times to play, and then you can just nib them every time.
Yeah, it's really
it's nice being able to just kind of like commit very little to the board, seal beast.
Yeah.
And then like you just have like a gamma or a Nibiru in your hand, and then like they play into that, and then like on your next turn you infinite follow up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You kind of just play turn on survive.
Yeah. If you survive, I don't think I ever lost.
Maybe Mana Dome Sprite is cool
You just
too.
get so much advantage between Magnum and Regain. Extra deck, Striker PSG, just normal. 2 spheres. Definitely think this is necessary. Even with Regain, like I made 2 very consistently in it. Even at like the times when like you had to like clear board, like at the end of the board you just like make a spheres, and then like you have Magnum and you're gonna kill them the next turn.
That's fair.
Romulus, and then just some generic links.
Will you save the VOD? Because I go to work and I don't want to lose the Cyberstorm Axis stuff. You can go ! VOD. There's a VOD channel on YouTube where all of it is always uploaded. So there's the link in chat. You can just go subscribe to the channel, and then you can watch all the streams if you ever miss one.
Triple burst.
Easy
You
clap.
don't IP much. I figured I'd never
Yeah,
summon
I didn't actually summon IP much. Unicorn definitely came up.
Yeah.
Dark is actually not too relevant right now just because there aren't too many other decks that summon it. It's mainly like branded, I think.
Sprite as well.
Yeah, randomly
comes up a
Sprite.
bit.
I feel like I played the deck differently than y'all. Like I didn't go into Borderland once, the entire tournament, but it's there because of cash. That's like the main reason that the Rockets are included in the list compared to the Bestial control deck. We just figured that like you need the extra push. Savage is really important against a lot of decks.
Yeah, so quick launch really helps with consistency. Just 'cause, like sometimes you struggle to get off the ground because you need to put darks in the grave.
Yeah, 100%.
Quick launch is like extra cards that put a dark in the grave.
Very much agreed. And then extra other stuff. Tomb. Just you're playing a lot of Bestials. This will come up. I made it once or twice.
This card
nice.
feels so good to summon.
It's so much.
It's my favorite card to summon in the whole deck.
So much dopamine. It very rarely comes up, but when it does and it resolves, you just win the game on the spot. Yeah. Scarlight. This was originally Zeus because we were playing Tactics as another way to out-rise. But there isn't really anything else that we felt we were missing, and this gives you the option to blow up boards. It came out in my feature match. It was really nice.
It's actually a real extra deck card, like not ironic. I have summoned it once for like its extra effect.
Yeah, it clears cash boards. If you Dark Lord, it just gives you like a really efficient out to everything. And then obviously there one is Savage and Baron because Tracer plus a guy. Bestial is 10.
It's funny how everyone played it different because you said you never summoned Baron, right?
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of my test games, I was summoning Baron.
Yeah.
In the real games, it never really ends up happening because what happened is a lot of the times when we go first, we draw like Nib or Gamma, and I'm like, right, okay,
Yeah.
But in times when you like just draw like a lot of engine, then you're like, right, okay, cool, I'm able to go like Tracer, Bestial, make Baron, and then
That's
like,
fair.
really
I felt I summoned Baron a lot going second. Like I Bestial them, then like I used a Tracer, I made this Baron. This Baron kind of trades for 2 cards, or like some simplified game states.
Yeah, it's definitely there for going second, I think, more than going first.
Definitely cool.
The threat of it like forced a lot of things.
In hindsight, like it probably should have just been Radiant because like
Yeah.
if you don't out the birth deck, you're probably losing the game anyways.
Yeah. So we decided this like 5 minutes before submission.
Yeah. It was Gamesial for a while just because like it was an 8, so it was like it checked all the boxes except it being a lighter dark.
Yeah. Now it was important that it was a lighter dark though. It came up for me twice to pitch for space.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we played this. It could have been Raiden.
It should be a kaiju, but we can figure out which is the optimal. It's probably Raiden.
Yeah, it's probably Raiden.
But the issue with this card as a side deck slot is it's only for Cashier really.
Yeah.
We couldn't really think of any other matchups in the format that was that good against.
Ignister, Shiver.
I think that's fine though, to be honest. Like I think it's okay sometimes to have cards that are only for one specific matchup. I mean, you always have to make that decision when you're side decking between having cards that have great utility and are good in multiple matchups, but maybe not as strong in each individual matchup. Or you have a card that's like really good, but just for one matchup. If that one matchup is relevant enough, then that's fine sometimes. And I think for, like, in this case, Kashtira, like, that's definitely warranted to have targeted hate for Kashtira, I think.
Yeah, literally adding Nister, but yeah, that's that one. Ash, we just wanted like a really generic card for like a very wide format. The Brandon matchup is already very solid, but like this helps prevent expulsion, which can just be an FTK. So I think it's pretty necessary. Yeah, we don't have any back removal, so like you put this in against Labyrinth. It helps the Runic Nature matchup, which I think is one of the more difficult matchups.
Yeah.
It helps against Trap Tricks. Just like all like the decks for Bestials doesn't help. Like this will like cover the rest.
Yeah, consider going first in matchups that have too many cards to take out as well with Nibs.
Yeah, Nibs bad, Ash is good. It's pretty general.
Pancratops!
Another Bestial. We had
there it is.
Like one random slot. The rest are 3-ofs. This is just back row clear. Pancratops is just a very good card overall. Good against cash.
Yeah, it's nice that it's an Arise out that doesn't lose to lands.
Yeah, 100%. And then, so this is just like another.
Luigi Amato, thank you for the raid. Welcome,
like, you put it in whenever Bestials are good. And this is the best one going second. Obviously, it helps clear boards.
Yeah. But even like against Sprite, I just side Jerusalem, man.
Yeah,
It's just like a free extender.
Yeah, just a good board player, yeah. And then 3 Darko no more. The main concern was like the Sprite variants that are running around. I think it was probably very good. This one could have been for cash as well. It was like this or Ash, so it depended on like how aggressive we thought they were gonna play the game. Yeah, and then
even Nib, you can kind of rotate. Like if you see, like I played one guy that I knew he was a Rise Pass because he clearly didn't play Big Bang.
Yeah.
So I just did Nib out and played Ruler and Ash.
Yeah. So that, and then 3 Skill Drain. I think this is the best going first card.
Goated card.
Yeah. It could be anti-spell. Rivalry isn't as good. Goes in obviously a little bit difficult with Spheres being a light and the rest of the deck being dark. So this is just like the most coverage. It's also very good against Sprite. I think the main issue is like sometimes in simplified game states they can get to like Ogre, like that's just like a very big monster, and not being able to like Lubellion set Beast can be an issue if you're concerned with like Duster. So I'm not sure if it's the perfect out, but it was like the best thing we had, and it performed well for me, so I can't really complain.
Yeah, I also just like you need to think something that beats like shifters and the way cash beats you, but like flipping like shifter draw, and this card kind of does that because you can get to seal this, you're just kind of in the game.
Yeah, Skill Drain was another example of a card where it was like, right, okay, when I draw this card, I'm just gonna set up like Seal Beast with this and then not overcommit because Beast plus Skill Drain is just so strong.
Yeah, honestly, like it's a bit unfortunate because it kind of
looks like such a base and fun deck to play, but yeah, I don't think this was the call for the tournament. I respect it. I respect it, but yeah. Thank you for the 3 months. First of all, the reason why I think Kurikara is better than Kaiju's right now, or I guess it depends on your deck a little bit, but the reason why I thought it was better in Runic, was the fact that it can tribute multiple cards, but also that it's a monster on your side of the field rather a monster on their side of the field, you know, like rather than actually going -1, giving your opponent a big monster that you have to worry about later, you actually can just create a beat stick on your own field. And I also actually, because of what I said in the profile where I tried very often not to use Gigantic or Starter on my turn to be able to use to go into Link 4s and whatnot. Very often I could actually revive a card of my opponent's graveyard. Like sometimes I've revived Sprite Red and Carrot in the Sprite Mirror, for example. Like I've tributed over their board, summoned Kurikara, end phase reborned a Sprite monster from their graveyard, and that helped me stop their next turn. I've revived a Rise Heart against Kashtira. I've revived a Heat Soul against Mathmech and drawn cards with it. There's like pretty cool things you can do with the reborn effect actually. And I think if you like, basically the reason why I didn't play the Kaijus was because I think they are good against a Rise Hard Pass, but pretty much only that. In every other scenario, they don't feel impactful enough. Like, for example, when your opponent goes for the full zone lock, yes, you can break the full zone lock with a Kaiju by tributing a Shangri-Ira, but you still have to deal with a Rise Heart, the second Shangri-Ira, and whatever they summon off of the Shangri-Ira in your standby phase. It's still really tough, so I felt like it was better to have a card that has higher impact than a Kaiju. It just didn't feel like... It felt like a Kaiju was very consistent at what it does, but it not necessarily powerful enough, if that makes sense. Like, I felt like with a Kaiju, if they go for like the big zone lock combo, or even just the 3 zone lock combo, I still need to draw another card with it to be able to win the game. Did you at least invest in Kurikara? No, I don't do that. I have like... I told you that I think it was going to be good. So what I did was I bought a playset. I have a playset for myself, but I don't invest in cards to sell them later. I don't really do any selling of cards anymore or ever. Yeah, didn't do that. I just bought I think I pulled 2 when we opened I opened a case on stream, and then I bought the 3rd one right after release. Except Geek Boy, yeah, but that's like over a year ago, or like a year ago, and I don't really that was way too much hassle for that, you know, like I didn't enjoy that very much. But yeah. And then there's the Labyrinth deck, top 64 YCS London. Let's go with that one. This is the furniture build.
For your time, I would say you can start and showing us your deck.
Fusilier, thank you for the 8 months. Shubinator, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you for the prime. I have considered Speed Duel, but only at the public events at YCS. Like, I was thinking about doing it. I actually wanted to do it last Friday at YCS London, but then I didn't have time for it because I wanted to finish my deck list.
I'm using 3 Lady Labyrinths, of course. 1 Lovely. 2 Ariane, 3 Chandelier, 3 Stuffy.
Oh, I love this so much.
And 2 Cookbooks.
Oh.
So these are like normal ratios, right? These are just how everybody plays Labyrinth. But you took a different approach. What does the small furnitures allow you to do?
Those 6 are.
This is, by the way, another angle of I wish this was good. I wish this was good. This version of Labyrinth is so much more fun and is so much grindier. I love this. However, I don't think it's better.
Are like discard itself and discard one from hand, and then it allows to set 1 Labyrinth spell trap from my deck.
I saw what it did to Flunder.
Yes.
I saw what it did to Flunder. The thing is, the way I feel about it is it only really does that when you go first. And like what I like about these furnitures is how nice of a grind game they create, right? The grind game with this deck is so insanely fun, right? The grind game with this deck is so insanely fun. It's great, but you only really get into that grind game if you get to go first. If you go second, it's very hard to ever gain some sort of control over the game with this version, because you're just like going -1 so hard for just to have like a welcome Labyrinth trap and whatnot. It's very tough, I think.
Basically, I have many bodies.
But it is very fun. I would like if this was the reality we live in, where this is the best version.
Does allow to activate normal trap.
I mean, it can still work.
For example,
clearly.
this 2 combo, I can use it 0 turn hand trap, 0 turn combo, discard Cook Log, and discard Chandelier or Stuffy, and then trigger these 2 special, and then I can activate big welcome Labyrinths, and yeah, bring them back, and I can interpret level up.
I mean, that's a 3-card combo for an interruption. Yo, it's crazy. Thank you for the 5 subs. We are a 1K Andy again. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, there's a short break. Let's see if the remix is still, I think it's still Mr. Destructoid, but anyways, thank you so much. Okay, so far so good. So far so good. Oh, there it is. It's always random. It's always at random points throughout the thing as well. It's the remix, chat. Have you tried re-uploading the sound file? I wanted to do that. But the I don't have the file anymore. I have to go and re-download it. It was on my old computer. Do not re-upload it. Luler, thank you for the 14 months. Very long time. I appreciate that. Welcome back.
So why did you decide to play 2 cook block and not 3 if you need to combo combination of 2?
The combo is very good, but cook block is not the best card for
when you're going first yourself.
Yeah.
A little bit too loud here.
Played 3 of which Welcome Labyrinth, of course. And
I find it very interesting. Maybe there's a reason for it, but I feel like with 6 furnitures, where the hell is my boy Backjack? Where the hell is my man? Where's he at?
Unveil spell.
Is this the best card of the deck?
Yes.
Yes, right?
Yes. I play 3 pots, 1 prosperity.
So 3 extravagance, 1 prosperity.
I like extravagance in this version because you go minus with the furnitures, so you can refill the hand. Like I think in this version, you don't actually need the consistency from prosperity. You'd rather get the card advantage from extravagance. I do agree with that. I don't agree with the gold rares, but I agree with the card in general.
Why is extravagance and not 3 prosperities and a lower amount of extravagance?
I think this deck is good with many hand cards. Many hand cards I get more play.
Because furnitures need to discard one, right?
Yes,
then
they
need
need
to stay up in the card advantage.
They need many hands. And then 3 skill drains.
Worst card ever.
It's the best part. And 1 punishment and 1 debarrier.
So these are your power normal traps of choice?
Yes. It's not
Was that
very,
only
very
11
a lot,
trap cards? I guess that's why there's no
I
back.
think it's
right? If you
pretty
only play
enough for
8
the game
normal
1.
traps.
It's good for Kashira, good for Sprites.
If you're only playing 8 normal traps, I guess Backjack is just not going to hit.
Players usually play a count of, I don't know, 7 to 9 spot removals. Why do you compete with just 1 punishment?
I decide to use more hand traps to interrupt opponents and going second, and then I get my main engine play with the furnitures. That was the.
And they also allow you to reset punishment.
Yes, with lovely levels. The trap. I'm using hand traps. 3 Imperm, 3 Ash.
Oh wait, there's more.
And 3 Gamma Dragon.
So Gamma main is really interesting. I don't think a lot of players are doing that currently.
Yeah, but I think Gamma is best hand trap. Yeah, it's just really strong, and I can even use it
like
in my turn and make a Omega.
Yeah, but like instead of having like 1 card combos like Master Deck, it's like 3 card combos.
Obvious choices, like usually just the best generic anthems, defensive cards.
It looks so much more fun than the floodgates.
Yes, so I decided
it still has
to
skill
play
range, to be fair.
900 traps.
So technically, the amount of floodgates is still pretty much the same.
I think that was pretty much about the main deck.
Yeah, good.
And the extra deck.
Oh yeah, extra deck, very important.
Which was not too important. 3 Mutus for punishment. Also no logic for also punishment.
Yes.
Did
it come up?
Not for this event.
Okay, yeah. It comes up with
in
rarely.
theory against Kastra, to pop the unicorn with field boost and negate the burst.
Oh, so do you play Slayer inside?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Just for punishment.
Yes.
1 Dukepalos, 1 Garura.
Yes.
That seems interesting with
Omega, also
with
for
extravagance. I would expect to play more of
Gamma,
those.
1 Lambda, Zombie Decline.
Like screw those utilities.
And Bakuska.
Yeah, screw those.
How do you make Bakuska?
Bakuska with 2 Ariana.
Okay.
I 1 Link River to send my Tukla on field to Grave.
Okay.
And then I can And then I can discard again and trigger Kuklak to bring back it again.
Link climbing and labyrinth.
Duna. Mostly to poke the defense horizons on the extra zone.
This is somehow this is somehow labyrinth, but not labyrinth.
What does this do?
I can crush into opponent's monster and then destroy that monster. Okay. So it works on the skill drain as well. So that's why.
So this is also a Denko Seka outright.
Yes.
It's the normal Alana and special
yeah. And I can also like make them with the furniture monsters because they can special back from grave. Yeah. This one was the most important part. And, others are mostly for punishment.
I imagine 3 enters because of extravagance.
Yes. The side deck is 3 draw.
Insane.
Mostly for Kashira.
Thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. I have not. I've seen the Rika deck profile, but I didn't watch it on stream. Simply because I don't think I can add that much to it, because I have actually never played Rika at a tournament or anything like that. I've only like looked at the combos, so I don't think if my opinion matters that much on the Rika deck.
To Heavenly Lords.
Did you decide them when going second or first?
Going first.
My first time seeing Droll's alt art, it looks good. How do I say this? I like Droll's alt art. I also like Unicorn's alt art. But I don't understand why they've only been printed as gold rares. Monka Christ, give me those in a good rarity. Like, if this thing has, like, a good rarity that's not this freaking super aggressive gold rare, I'm all here for it. This artwork is actually nice. You know, some of those alt arts that they've been doing, I actually really like. Like, I think Bell's alt art is really cool. I think Unicorn is really cool. I also think what's the other one I was thinking of? I was thinking of another card. There's a couple of Appaloosa, but that one has an ultra rare reprint. But those are pretty nice. I think those are pretty nice. The IP one, I don't remember how the IP one looks, but there's a couple of cool ones. I just don't understand why they give us these as gold rares, dude.
It's a little too slow for going second, so I didn't main it. And
she's on the bike.
It's really good with virus, especially. And I side 2 shufflers.
In case you hard draw them and you have advantage into this company.
Hard draw or the tournaments matchup, they can send it with Calder. Oh. But I didn't play with tournaments. Anyway, I can discard with furniture and then interrupt my opponents.
They're not for tournament. That was just a joke. It's mostly for, like, I guess Runic. Like, if you play against Runic and you go discard furniture, discard Keldo or Mudora in response to Fountain on 3, that's pretty nutty.
Right? They were mostly for the Runic Naturega.
What the hell? Question mark.
Not against Runic, but they come up once against Sprites and interrupts pretty well. There is Solemn Judgment.
For going first, mandatory in the trap deck?
Yes.
Oh shit, yeah, the sub goal is too high. What the hell? Why did it set that to over 1,100?
Also really good for going second, going first.
Now the power tricks, right? The one off?
Rounds. Yeah. I think I better change it to something else. Maybe kaiju.
Yeah, because you also play the choppers. And
yes, I think it's only good against tier, but not so much for other decks.
There isn't much tier in the level.
Yes. And I played Full Force and two virus.
Against what matchups is the Full Force?
This was so sick, dude.
Against sprites, mostly sprites, and also flounderies. And I play against like many sprites, and it does work really well.
This card is insane against Sprite.
Yeah. And Eradicator, against what matchups do you side against Eradicator?
Eradicator is most of matchup I decided for going first.
Yeah.
And this one can destroy spells, it helps a lot.
I think in general
is
being first
deck def better than Full Force? I mean, against sprites, probably. Against sprite, probably Deck Devastation Virus is better. Against Flunder, Full Force is better. I mean, you guys are saying it hits Empen, but to be honest, they cannot summon Empen anyways if you hit all the small birds, so technically that does not really matter. It doesn't matter because you can't summon them. I think the reason why it's Full Force is because you contribute Ariana for Full Force and not for deck dev. I think that is the simple reason, is that you can, like, if you set up Eradicator plus Full Force, you can distribute Ariana for the Full Force virus, right? Also some of the furnitures. So I think that's the simple reason. Did you watch First After Swiss LA deck profile? I have not. Wasn't that Charlie with branded? I guess we can watch a branded profile if there's anything special in it.
And against branded or I don't know, Runic, it's like it's the last card. It's the last card.
Last card is just for time.
Select one monster on your side of the field and send it to the graveyard. Increase your life points by an amount equal to the original attack of the monster. I love the wording on that.
This allows me to gain like 3,000 life for tribute lady. I can use it because I can access really easily with lady, and Kukla allows to activate it. So yeah.
So it allows you to normal summon your bricks from hand.
People really out here getting creative. All right, we have one more. Which, holy shit, I was supposed to try Springans for my upcoming YouTube series. So I guess we have a starting point now. Easy clap. Let's go.
Hello, we are here with Filippo Pura, top 64 in YCS London, the biggest YCS in Europe. Pippo, what do you play?
So, today I played Springans. And I will go briefly on the deck list, and then I will try to explain the combos of the deck because it's a bit particular. Not many people.
Okay, this is a 28-minute Springan deck profile. Okay, strap in, everybody. We are in here for a ride.
For the monster, I played 3 Rocky, 3 brothers, 2 kids, sorry, 2 brothers. 2 kids,
brothers.
1 Sargas and 1 Sprang. Best monster ever. Best card of the deck. So these are the Springans.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I do not know any of these effects.
I think this is the good amount of Springans we should play. Then
I read them once, but I forbore.
Then Cyberstorm for the combo.
Oh god.
2 of the sprites.
Ulti blue, dude.
Many people that played this deck also played maybe 1 red, but I think it's useless. These are the sprites that you should play because you just summon blue to set chat, add a smasher, and then with these 2 you can make the Dishin as a monster negate. So you don't need a red. This is for the spring guns. For end drops, I played 3 Ash, 3 Gamma, and 2 Impermanence. Gamma was the best untrap in this tournament. It's very good. Going second helped quite a lot. It's very
I
strong.
can turn it up a little bit.
This was a good choice, in my opinion.
I hate the fact that Gamma is popular right now. By the way, Gamma is one of my least favorite, like, format developments kind of thingy. Like, there's you have like formats where cards will be popular and then they fall out of popularity again and whatnot. And like Gamma is one of the ones where I just hate every time Gamma is popular. Because what Gamma being popular means is 2 things. First of all, it probably means that the other hand traps are not good enough, which means the format is inherently more like broken. And second of all, it just makes it so much more like high variance, because Gamma by default is such a high variance card. Not only do you have to play the freaking driver, which is like the obvious thing, but Gamma is also just like this symptom of like you put this card into your deck that's only good when you go second, and when you go first you have 4 completely dead cards in your deck most of the time, and I hate that. In a sense, it's the same as when people have to main deck evenly, like, which is also the case right now. It's like that's never a great sign.
Play any others going second card like Book of Eclipse or evenly. I just go for Anthrax, and in this case it worked out for me very well. So for spells, I play the most important spell, the Spring and Fields, which is not a Spring and card for some reason, so you cannot discard it for itself. That's unfortunate. Then I played 1 Terraforming, 3 Watch to search field or the monsters, and 3 Booty to search fields. So I played in total 10 fields, which is, I don't think you need to play the most number of fields you can. There is no way you will play less, because for this deck you need to open field to do a very good combo. So that's the master deck. So for all the spell I played 3 Talios, then I played 2 Smashers. Very good in
such a freaking...
Other than benching, it is a teleport for the deck, so it's a must from deck.
Wait!
There are some utilities you can make this.
Smashers has an effect in this deck, right? Like another effect. I remember it having some effect for Springans. Hold up. Banish a Springans, Therian, or Sprite from hand or grave. Activate one of these effects. Special summon a Springan from your deck? Wait, what? That card's busted. Why is that card busted in Springans? God damn. Special summon a Springans from your deck? Hold up.
And it's very good for this deck. Also, you can reborn the Terror. Came up a bit. Nobody knows that threat, so that's cool. Then I played the Ice Spirits for a kit. This is just used because with a kit, a normal kit, you can search this. Then with the Spirits, by discarding a machine, you can add another kit and send Sprint, so you can special the other kit. And with the rank 4, even if you don't open field, it's full combo. So this is why I play the kit package. And then 3 Prosperity. Which is, some people didn't play this, but I think I will show you later with the combos. But it's very easy to bench 6. You can always bench 6 and have a grind still in this deck, even doing the full combos. So I think it's a must for the deck. So for extra deck, I played Springans to Merrymaker, 1 Explorer, standard. Don't need more, don't need less. Then 2 Sargas, best card of the...
When they say standard, I just have no choice but to believe them.
2 Zeus, Baguska, Gargigant, then for the combo, Spite combo, I played Gigantic and Jin. These were the exquisites. For links, I just played Gadget and the Lambda, because I play Gamma in main. It was very good. I just needed a generic link 2 for the deck, to like out maybe a contact, see if some crazy man still plays the card. But yeah, even with the fact that I play Gamma, this came up quite often. Like, I did this sometimes, very a lot. And then the fusion must play 1 next time.
Why does this deck not normal summon and just grab a freaking Cyberstorm? Why is this a
very
thing?
hard that it goes to time. Then 3 Lava Golem, 3 Bell, trade roll. And then 3 Cosmic, 1 Duster, and 1 Cold. So the side was perfect. The only thing I will change is the third Cosmic was not really, did not came up to me at all. So this one, if it was like a change card, it will be.
What do you mean the third one didn't come up?
Because my set
How do you know the third one didn't
like
come
7
up?
cards minimum, which were 6 of the strongest going second cards, and then 1 of the strong maybe.
The first 2 were pretty good, but the third one, I don't know about that
so
one.
side out more to side in Cosmic. But the third one never came up, so I think it's countable for something else. So now I will go a bit more in depth in the combo of the deck, because that's a bit the tricky part. Like just seeing the deck is hard to see what it can do. So I will start with the easiest combo, the weakest combo of the deck, let's say. And the weakest combo of the deck is just
weakest Springans and Volt.
Plus any discard, which doesn't do anything in the sense that it's not a monster and it is not a spell which can be used in some way. So if we start with Field and we discard the random Springans card, which has no effect, to summon 1 from us. We summon the Merrymaker, and with Merrymaker we send 1 Springans from deck to grave. So we always send, in this case, the level 4. It's important that it's a level 4, it can be Brothers or Rocky. It should not matter most of the time, but I always prefer to send Rocky. Then we activate the effect to attach itself as material, and we make a Sargas to search the Talio. We summon Sargas, we activate the effect, we add the Talio. Then we use the Talio to detach 2. This will search a Springans monster and then summons from hand or grave up to the number of materials I touched. So in this case, it will search 1 and summon 2. So here you search a level 4 machine, it's important. It doesn't matter if it is Brothers or Rocky, but I will always search the other just to have them in rotation. Then we summon both.
Wow.
Here we can use the effect of Sargas to target the field if you want, to bounce it back to hand. It's just to conserve resources, but you can always keep it there. It doesn't really change much. Then we make a Gargiga, and we add Cyberstorm. Then we make the Link 2 to summon from hand. Even though we have the normal, we still make the Link 2, just because we need something to make a Gigantic later, so it's better to like preserve the normal to do this. And also you can side Lava Golem and still full combo, which is not bad to have the normal. So we special Cyberstorm and we buy 5000. We summon Exterior. Then we make a Gigantic. And with Gigantic we then summon Blue, which searches Jet, which searches the Smashers. Then with this use we make a Dijin, and we end it like this. So this is the most combo we can make.
Not too bad.
It has infinite spell negations. We have Monster Negate, and we have Banish, or no, not many people know, but you can also summon from deck, so we can banish a random Springans card.
Okay.
And we can summon.
Not awful. I'm not gonna watch 20 minutes of combo explanations now. But for a 1-card combo plus this card, it's not the worst. You know, it's all right. If this is your weakest Springans board, fine. I will accept it. Melfi Sprite, yeah, I've seen Ding Kong Pump's deck. It's pretty much the same that he's been playing. Yeah. Chad, do you want to see the deck I lost to? Because someone posted it earlier. We could react to the deck that I lost to. It is MathMech though. I will warn you beforehand. It is MathMech.
So we're here at YCS London with Toby Andrews. What did you do today?
I came top 16 at YCS London with MathMech.
Fantastic. Do you want to show us the list?
Yeah. So we have Triple Circle. He's good. He does everything. Just draw him. Easy. Simple as. The guy you send off of him. Also good. Play 2 because you don't really want to draw him. If you draw it, it's not bad. Plays around a few things. Mainly just kills. Triple Down, other best name, gives negate, helps play through anything really. 2 addition, extender, same logic, subtraction, bit bad, but still just extend the name, doesn't really do too much. side of that. Those spell traps, one super fact, one equation. Just good. Equation is good for like extremely good going second. Super fact gives you the broken Oki turbo. Good card. Yep, revelation good.
No, no. Don't give the sub to MathMech Gaming. Don't do that.
Triple mining. Such as this guy, or this guy, or one of these guys. Small world.
Oh,
such as
goddammit.
literally the entire deck. Because of this being a bridge between any Cyberburst or any wind. So a droll gets to this, gets to circle. This gets to this, gets to this. It just walks. That's the main engine that's...
It's an amount of cards.
It is
Couldn't
an
say
amount
how
of
many.
cards. I can't remember numbers. Yep, cards. Triple Impalm, good hand trap. Probably the worst one to draw off of Vsol specifically, but what comes to what, you have a flat turn, you can Impalm their right out or whatever they decide to win on, and you're kind of gaming. Triple Eclipse, this deck can get away with playing this in main, because you don't really hurt yourself with it.
Also, do not give the sub to Circular. Do not. Ripton and Yugioh, thank you guys for the subs. Appreciate you guys.
As long as you make sure you use like Revelation negate give my damage, you're fine. You're just winning. It's annoying when you get ashed.
Stop giving subs to MathMech names.
Double Veiler, it's just a small bridge between any light and itself to get circular, and also it's decent in the cache. Triple Ash, good versus everything that isn't like garbage. It's a good card in it. Double Bell, getting proper lock is a bit of an issue, and same as
Why? Why is there even accounts named like that? Who makes an account named Nabla or Alan Bershin? God damn.
big welcome you can hear, and there's enough in the format to play most of playing. Triple Droll, that's crazy.
Okay, nah, that one's too far. That one's too far. That one, now you've crossed the line. No, not again. Stop. Oh, come on. Why'd you... Small World and Small World Gaming? Stop. No. It's Sam Carver. Thank you for the actual honest prime. Appreciate that support. Don't appreciate the others.
Can't skip card him. Sometimes he gets win. And then one just Kira, so it's both Small World with the same any bridge between a math net or a light math net or like any hand trap just gets his Kira. Beats right out. Don't have to deal with once that way. It's pretty good.
Yami Sardek and Limak, thank you guys for the primes. Appreciate you.
Yeah, 40 in main, so not the best in the like Runic banishing shit. But
Yoti also thank you for the prime.
It's the most consistent number, isn't
Yeah,
it?
exactly.
And you're a better deck builder than I am, apparently.
So apparently, yeah, I don't know how that happened. Okay, on to the extra deck. We have.
Okay, this one I don't understand. Cross out designator. I mean, like, okay. Thank you for that one. Thank you, Sato. At this point, we just like give a sub to any Yu-Gi-Oh card that has a Twitch account named after it, I suppose. Fair enough. Okay.
Opens and field center and stuff. John version. He's the best boy. Albert does everything. If you make this with Amma, your opponent.
Oh, come on. Probably. We hit the sub goal with a sub to Final Sigma. That's not. I don't. Do you get a remix for that? I'm not sure if you do. I'm not sure if you get a remix for that. That does not feel right. That does not feel right. God damn it. Okay, you can have it. You can have it. Okay, Sato, thank you for the sub to Maxi. I'm pretty sure this is like the second or third time that someone's gifted a sub to the Maxi account. Like that, it's just like whoever that is just randomly is like, hey, why am I like 4-month sub streak to this Joshua guy? I have like no idea why. They've been given a sub like the last 4 months. Okay, you can have a remix. It's fine. Yes. God damn it. All right, thank you for the gift sub to Called by the Grave. Thank you for the gift sub to There Can Be Only One. Thank you for the gift sub to Maxi. Thank you for the gift sub to Havness. Wait, it was fine this time, wasn't it? It didn't actually happen this time. It was just the regular old remix. It's fixed. Easy clap. It is fixed.
Losers. I'll be honest, you're probably killing them. Levelation. What?
Are we done now with the sub names? Thank you for the gift sub to Fishborg Blaster. Why ever it had to be Fishborg Blaster and Fairy Tale Snow. Those are not even cards that are bothering me. Like at this point, like you're just throwing random card names into the search bar. Like, okay, Sachi. That. Nah. Not to Fluanderies and Robina. I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know what you were thinking with that one. That's too far. That's not funny. That's not funny. That's not funny. Say sorry. Say sorry right now.
It's just trash. Why is it trash? Why is it trash? It sends buff. It's crazy. Link ones. We got
There we go. Now it's wholesome. Gnuagad with the gifts up to Free Ronin. I appreciate that. Hey, thank you for that. Very, very nice.
some fun cards. Lingry was insane. This came up a few times with hand traps and also
Thank you, Waver, for the gifts up to Future Fusion. Oh, come on. I mean, hey, okay, look. At this point, fine. I'll accept it. Cause whatever, I get a sub out of all of these. Hey, if you can think of any other freaking cool card names, go for it. But do it now so I can continue watching the deck profile at some point. I don't know how this happens like every couple weeks, where like at some point it's just we start gifting subs to every single Yu-Gi-Oh card name imaginable, which it's okay with me if you guys want to do that every month. I don't mind. About to change my name to Robina so I got free subs every month. I think that's the key. I'm pretty sure if you just name yourself Mystic Mine Andy or something, you just get a gift sub here every time just to make me mad. People do that. Why did you gift the sub to Ronin Ban? Hey, hello. Don't
just as another way to trigger Wicked.
Can I now please stop? Can we just move on so I can react to this deck profile that destroyed me in the tournament? Can we move on?
Did it ever come up?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. People just nip because all access goes big, and then you go, haha, I have an extender, you're dead. Splash Mage, God,
Yes,
I wish I
the
played
sub
two.
to Sprite
Came up
Elf.
a few
Love to
times, so
see
if
it.
I was playing two, I was winning the game, but I didn't have to. So. But it's hard to find space, and I don't know how it changes too much. To update, if Cash banish Splash, you can still kill. If you're playing one of this and they banish the one of this, you lose again.
I can't watch the tech profile in peace. No, not Kashtira or Isart. Not or Isart. Stop. No, not a Isart. Please, not a Isart. How do I sub to a specific name? No one tell them. No one, no narcs. No one tell them. No one tell them. Oh god damn it. Sky Striker mobilize engage. Yes. Oh god. I mean, to be honest, the thing is, Sky Striker engage. I was about to say Sky Striker mobilize engage is not bad because it's only one. I only have a problem with that if it's multiples and then someone gifted another one to another account named Sky Striker engage. So literally you guys just went engage into engage. Do you realize that? You guys went engage into engage. Do you realize how that works out? Like, that was insane. The fact that you just did engage into engage randomly, probably without talking about it to each other, is crazy. No, let's not imagine that. Let's not imagine that. Black Dog, a completely normal 3 months prime is all that it takes. Thank you so much. That is perfect. That is just perfect. We don't have to pretend like you're engaged number 3 and 4. Okay, now there's the... Okay, Mystic Mine. Mystic Mine is subbed again now. Perfect. I'm pretty sure Mystic Mine has been subbed before. That's like not... That's also not their first... that is not their first sub to this channel. Definitely not. Risoku official, thank you for the prime. Okay.
You probably can't kill them, and after time on your like big interactions are mostly spam.
Let the man finish showing his very unique math mech deck, please.
No further comment. My top 16 opponent I lost to.
You didn't. It's not even branded fusion. Is not even spelled correctly. It's branded Fujion.
Thought this card had a boost effect and punched into it. Didn't matter. Oh, I won the game anyway, but still, lost that round, but won the game. So we transcode.
Okay, Waver, you've now gifted a sub to Future Fusion, Update Jammer, and Transcode Talker. Why would you do that? I mean, look, this makes my job so much easier. If you actually want this, if this is your content, we've hit another sub goal right now. Are you crazy? That's MathMech Final Ligma. Okay. Bro. I mean, look, I'm okay. Actually, look, we can just be here. We can just be here all day. You guys think of funny names to gift subs to, and every 5 minutes we play the remix. If that's what you want, that works. Like, that does work. It's whatever. I mean, fine. Here, there you go. There you go. Whatever floats your boat, chat. I don't mind. I don't mind. Why ever this is what makes you support the channel, fine. Like, just like regular gifting subs because I can support the streamer. Nah, we don't do that here. We just gift it to funny card names. That's what we do. Oh, there it is. Oh, this is Mr. Destructoid Max. Okay, no more pauses now. I'm gonna finish this deck profile now. I want to.
Summons a guy to access. Good card. Kills him. Good card. That's the extra. Now for the side. I personally hated my side deck.
I hated your side deck too.
Cash, and I actually had tested against Spray more, and therefore had more influence.
You'll see why.
Because I did not realize how kind of crazy that deck is. Didn't lose with too much, so that's not bad. Okay, so inside, 2 evenly. I got the third because there are some other cards that I'd rather have, and generally for sliding patterns, it was quite easy.
No pauses.
Because a lot of matchups say like cash, you want evenly, don't want bell. So it came up like being a 2. Duster, good. Didn't come up too much. Denko, only came up once, but when it does, but it could have come up more if I actually played lab. I dodged every lab matchup. Don't know how that happened. Sharp tricks, listless, instantly. Unless they draw like, unless they have exactly Reflection, which you can probably bait. Any spell. Yeah, right.
And Joshua
and
Schmidt.
Cash, and Joshua Schmidt, and Ratio, and every deck, honestly. This card's just crazy. Why is this at 3? It's just Imperial Order, but funnier. Triple Brave, instant beats branded, same as this thing. This also beats like Sword Soul and stuff like that, same with this. These sorts just beat branded, Sword Soul, any other big guy deck, you just win. But yeah, Cash can play around this, kind of, but it's fine, just dump it in.
Awesome. Was there any changes you'd want to make to the list?
I'd want to fix the side deck, but I don't know how. So
They didn't need to say that. You didn't need to say that. God damn. Well, there it was. The deck I lost to. The deck I lost to was that one. Okay. All right. Yeah, anyways. It's okay. In all seriousness, thank you for the crazy amount of subs that we just got for some reason. I don't know what triggered that, but it was fun, and yeah, thank you. And let's move on. All right. I feel like that is a good point to leave the YCS recaps, whatever. Okay. Okay, anonymous gifter gifted a 1 month tier 1 sub to gifted subscriptions. Pog. Easy. The Jack Verma list. I don't really want to see another Labyrinth deck. We can. Okay. I know. I know how we can finish this off. I've heard good things about this. Surely this is going to go well. This is definitely yes. We do this. Let's go.
Bortles here at the 250th YCS of Los Angeles with we've got the boys here.
You already know.
What's up? And well, please introduce yourself to the world, man.
Yeah, my name is Jacob Banuelos. I just want to shout out my store. I own a store in El Paso, Texas. It's TCG Battleground. They were OTS sanctioned. I mean, we're like the Yu-Gi-Oh store. I played Blue Enderies. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. A lot of people say that they didn't expect this deck to do well and that they thought this deck was dead, but I don't know. I think the deck is still really strong. I think the engine, like the recursion, is still really strong on the deck too. So.
Mm-hmm. So 4th place, right? 4th place, not too bad.
Yeah, I got 4th place. Played in top 4, lost the top 4 feature match, and then played a 3-4 match, and I lost to Shumpinju. So no prize card, but I mean,
Dante and Caitlin, thank you guys for the primes. Appreciate you so much.
See, y'all don't need Barrier Statue to win, huh?
Yeah, I got 3,200 people. It has a good Kashtira matchup, and I just didn't play a lot of against a lot of Kashtira. There's a lot of rogue today.
Fair enough.
Nice. Without further ado, would you like to show us the top 4 goo?
Yeah, it's typical stuff. 3 Rubina, 3 Empen, 2 Stree. I'm sorry, 3 Eglin, 2 Stree, 1 Toucan. Those are the little birds. You have to play 2 of this because I play 1 Jack in the hand, and then it's just you need to see birds. You need to see little birds. I play 1 of this. 2 of these, 1 of this. This card's really good.
What does Snowl even do? Isn't Snowl like Omega cringe win more? Because isn't Snowl like while it's on the field you can like normal summon a bazillion times? It gives you normal summons. Ah yes, because that's what we need. We need more normal summons. Has a book effect. Okay.
Because so this one's searchable off of like the quick play spell, which is great because like you need to be able to like summon it, and like the Egglin will get you like one big bird per turn, but the quick play spell gets you a second one, or the map will get you a second one when you need it. But M-Pin isn't always what you want sometimes. Like sometimes you need this one so that way you have disruption on their turn. And then you have this, and then you have this. Rise actually doesn't come up very often anymore. Like I maybe like summoned it like 3 or 4 times and actually used it throughout the tournament. Oh, but the best one's definitely Avian. Like Avian's really good. I mean, I summon M-Pin every game, but Avian is the second best one. 3 of these, 3 of these, 3 duality, and then there's no prosperity. I don't play an extra deck. There's no extra deck because if you don't play an extra deck, you can't get zone locked by cash. It does reduce your consistency a bit, but
a bit.
Yeah, the only thing I worry about is like getting 5 zone locked because that's really annoying.
Bro, it's simple. Just don't break. Just don't break. Then you don't need an extra deck.
I don't play like hand traps in the main, so except for imperm.
A bit. This dude bricked in 3 out of 5 matches on stream.
On my opponent's turn, I use it. I usually hold it. But yeah, no prosperities. It does mess with the consistency, but I mean, it's usually fine. I play 2 of these. This card's really good. It's good going first to fix bad hands. It's good going second to like break boards. Play 2 of these and 2 of these. These are like more of like to replace like prosperity. I mean, you can't really replace prosperity. It's like the most consistent card in the whole game. But it's good going first-ish, and it's really good going second. This card is insane going second. So is this. But and these are all really good going second.
But nobody saw those cards coming.
Oh, they never do. They never do. This card is amazing because you can literally, you always search what you need. Because like when you're going second, you search like evenly or whatever you need to break the board. Or if you already have like the evenly and stuff, you can search like terraforming. You can search like your jack in the hand, so that way you can get your bird. Just things like that. It's just thrust is really good. And
I swear to God, if there's no upstart goblin.
I did think about going to 3 for a while, but I think it's fine at 2. And then yeah, like I said, these are the 1-ofs.
Oh, there's upstart
just for consistency. This card is actually insane. I was trying to find another card that could be like upstart goblin, where it's just like kind of like a passive card, where it's just like activate it and then draw a card, something like Into the Void. Obviously, I'm not gonna play Into the Void, but this card is really insane because you need to be able to force your opponent to like, because a lot of cash players, they end on like a Rise Heart pass. But if you go like upstart goblin, draw a card, gets banished, and then they're forced to equip something, and then you can go like talents and take it.
That is a true point. It does. It's like if you do like upstart, or it's very nice to have spells that you can just activate against the Rise Heart. Like, but I mean, this deck already has like prosperity.
And the traps. Yeah.
The good stuff.
And then, like I said,
okay, so this is just Flunder,
so
but it breaks even more.
The main deck's 40. I mean, I play upstart. Yeah, it has to be 40. 3 Ash. I was maining this for a while, but like I'm playing so many, like I'm playing more of a board breaker build, so Ash kind of wasn't really doing what I wanted it to do. So I took it out of the main, put it in the side. What happens a lot is you go first, and then like you'll put like the trap and like like the map and pin, and like people won't want to like show you what they're playing, so they'll just scoop. And I won't usually know what to put in, so I'll usually take out a couple cards, put in a couple ashes. And this card's also insane against branded. I usually don't put this in against cash actually, unless like maybe I'm going first. It's a weird card. 2 Droll always goes in against cash. 2 Nibs. These are just like for rogue decks, and it always comes up. This is for your Labyrinth matchup, your Trap Tricks matchup.
My goodness.
I didn't play against a single Labyrinth or Trap Tricks, but this card is
Was
really
that
good
Dark Simorg?
This card cooks Trap Tricks. They can't out it. It absolutely cooks them. And then
Portal's like, I have no chance.
Oh my God.
Oh man, see the trash.
I think the only complaint about the side would probably be I didn't have enough going first cards.
What is that, Royal Decree?
Like I probably should have played 2 more of these. I figured.
Does Blunder have a problem with
Labyrinth?
Labyrinth?
I can get to this, but I definitely should have played more of this. I mean,
MST is based.
And then this card overperformed. It's better than Cosmic Cyclone for this deck because, like Labyrinth and decks like that, they always side Iron Wall in. And if you're like, because you always go into grindy games against them, so if you're in top deck mode where you need to like get the back row out, and they have an Iron Wall up for like 2 or 3 turns, and you draw like a Cosmic, you can't out it. But if you draw this, then you can pop the Iron Wall and out it.
Makes sense.
And
how's the Credo?
Decree's fine. Actually, like I said, I didn't play against any back row decks.
So it kind of just stayed in.
It was all combos and annoying, make a board and put up a bunch of negates. So I really didn't get to, But in testing, like when I played online and stuff, it always came up.
So how did you come along with that extra deck idea? Because that just blew my mind that you told.
Okay, I mean, it's less spectacular than what I thought. Because people said like, oh, this list is crazy, but at the end of the day, it's just like not playing an extra deck to avoid getting zone locked is like not the craziest idea. It's just that I think particularly Flunder can't really do it. I feel like Prosperity is way too important for this deck, but I will say I think Flunder is actually in a little bit better of a spot than you might think, even though it's still not very good in my opinion. Like I think Flunder has a reasonable Kashtira matchup, funnily enough, because of a few very notable interactions. For example, when your bird gets banished by Fenrir or a Rysart, they actually will not be banished face down. They will be banished face up. The reason that is because the Flunderbirds say when they leave the field, they are banished instead. So a Rysart or Fenrir are trying to remove them from the field, and then they get banished by their own effect. So they actually end up being face up in your banished pile. On the other, in addition to that, if you might think that the Rysart reattach is annoying with the Flunder grind game, but for example, you go tribute 2 birds for Empen. A Rysart will be chainlink 1 because it's mandatory, and then you can just attach. You can activate the birds as chainlink 2, 3, 4, or whatever to get them back to your hand. So it can be annoying that they attach your shit with a Rysart, but you can like deal with it. So I actually think the Kashtira matchup for Flunder is actually not that bad, surprisingly. But it still has the same problem as before, which is consistency, right? I would argue that if the Flunder hand plays, it's actually a very strong deck right now. But that's the problem, right? It doesn't. Very often it just doesn't. Especially since people are always on Ash right now. People are on a lot of imperms right now. So I think there's a lot of stuff that speaks against Flunder. Besides, like, it's just Flunder is, I think, not a terrible deck right now. Especially without Statue. I actually don't even hate it that much. Like, I hate the fact how, like, they always play so long on your turn. It just annoys me for some reason. But other than that, I actually don't hate Flunder, as like I don't think it's super toxic anymore without Statue. But I just don't think it's that strong either. It's like okay, I guess. Like if it doesn't break, it's pretty good. And like the fact that it doesn't care that much about the Rysart, the fact that it doesn't lose to certain hand traps that people are playing, like some of them, but like for the most part, I think it's not that great. It was also not terrible. Okay. Yeah, I'm not aware of any other deck that I would like to look at. I think that is pretty much all we need to cover from the 250th YCS weekend, which was still overall, looking back, I think a pretty hype weekend overall. I think whether you were attending one of those events or whether you were at home, I feel like this weekend was a very special atmosphere. It definitely felt different for me in like London to know that like all around the world there's like other big events happening too. It was super huge, and I can imagine it also being super sick for everyone at home, being able to like watch so many different events at the same time. So I had a great time. Also just like yeah, just overall, like meeting people and everything, like, you know, it was a great weekend, I think, for Yu-Gi-Oh in general, and that's always a good thing. But now it is time to, I guess, move on and look at what's next. I don't know what's next for people in the US. I believe there's a YCS in Philadelphia. I believe there's a YCS in Philadelphia, but I'm not sure exactly when, because I'm pretty sure they also moved the date, which is kind of a Monka Christ situation. I don't know when it was originally going to take place, but I'm pretty sure they moved it back. Did they say the reason for that? Has there been like an announcement for that I can check out or something or talk about? It got changed to the end of May because of a Taylor Swift concert. Okay. It was okay. But I don't think that's an official statement, but maybe that is. I mean, I don't know how big that how much that impacts the hotel economy. If you can just not find a hotel, I guess that makes sense. I did hear from some people that they had already booked for the YCS flight and hotel. So that's very unfortunate if that happened to any of you. I hope that didn't happen to many people. Where like the event was announced for the 13th or 14th of May, and then it got postponed by 2 weeks. Which I guess that is why sometimes you should check the options for sometimes you can book for like, $10 more and then you can like cancel it for free or something. Maybe that would have been advised. I don't know. It's unfortunate. I hope it didn't happen to many people. Or maybe that you can like talk to the hotel and be like, yeah, can we change to 2 weeks later? Please. People, please. Either way, I'm pretty sure that's next for US people. In Europe, the next step is pretty much national season. Right? We are right before national season. We have the first nationals coming up in 1.5 months. So around 5 to 6 weeks, I'm pretty sure. I don't know about that. I mean, it's possible. It depends on the next set support, but yeah. Thank you for the 3 months. Yes, next weekend is German Open. I will not be at German Open, sadly. We've talked about it before. I will not be attending German Open simply because I am going on holidays this weekend, which is good news and bad news at the same time because it means there's no streams next week. But yeah, it is what it is. I will be on holidays next week with my fiance and my parents. And I get back home on the Sunday. So I will not be able to attend German Open. I don't think it's the end of the world, though, because let's be real, the format is almost over. And I also don't need the Worlds points. Not to flex or anything, but that would normally be my reason to, like, grind regionals and whatnot. But I don't need it anymore, and that's a good thing. So we do not need to go there. Of course, I would still go if I had time, but I don't have time. But I'm not too mad about it. So next for me is the week after that. The week after that is actually my Edison event in Karlsruhe. In case anyone here is from Germany or around the area, I can encourage you to check that out in case you haven't heard of it yet. We are hosting an Edison IRL event with like a PS5 for first place and whatnot. I think it's going to be pretty cool. It is going to be streamed on this channel as well if you are not able to go, but you're still interested in seeing it. It will be live on my channel the entire day. So if you're into Edison format but you can't join the event, you can also watch the stream here. So that's cool. And then after April, it will be casted. Yes, it will be casted. I don't know if the casters have been announced yet, but it will be casted, and it will be pretty pog. I will be playing. I don't know what to play yet. We're gonna have one or the other Edison format stream in the upcoming weeks because I do want to find something cool to play. But yeah, I'm not gonna comment on this one. I'm gonna be playing, which I prefer. I think it's cooler that I can play. But yeah, in case you want to check out, you can go !Edison, and then you can get yourself a ticket, which I'm very happy with, by the way, that we've almost sold all the tickets. Like, thank you for everyone who's gotten a ticket already. I'm pretty sure we're gonna sell out and fill the entire venue, which is pretty bug. I'm very happy that that Edison is picking up in popularity as much as it is. But yeah. And then that pretty much sums up all of April, right? That sums up all of April. And then in the beginning of May, we're looking at the next set. We're looking at Cyberstorm Axis, right? We're looking at Cyberstorm Axis, and we should probably start looking into that, I feel like. And then at some point, I've already said it yesterday, but at some point we need to also talk about, you know, a potential ban list that might happen. Right? I personally am very, very much looking forward to I'm very much looking forward to both of those things. I'm looking forward to the ban list, and I'm also looking forward to the next set. Because if you want my honest opinion on the current format, I think the current format is actually fine. I've heard so many people over the weekend complain about the format. I think the current format is all right. I don't hate it. I think it's I think it's even decent. But it would be a lot better without Cached Hero. That's what I'm going to say. I don't think the format is bad by any means. I think it's a very fine format. It is 1,000% better than last year's Nationals. Like 1,000%. If you think this is as bad as Nationals format, hell nah. Like it's a completely fine format overall, but the one thing that I think is really poorly designed in the current format is only just Cached Hero. I just want Cached Hero to be goners, and then I'm happy. Don't you think it would change dramatically without cash? Hard to predict what the best deck would even be. You are correct. You are correct. I cannot accurately predict everything that would happen if we didn't have Cached Hero. That is not what I'm saying. I just feel like, or I think that it would be a lot better. It would probably be just Runic Fiesta, which I'm down for. Okay, let's do that. But yeah. Eventually we will talk about a potential ban list. I'll probably have a ban list discussion the week after I come back from my holidays. So like in 2 weeks, we will probably have a big ban list discussion, because I do think it is not unlikely that we get a ban list somewhere in May. So we should probably talk about that and cover that. But to get some better context, about the upcoming format, I figured we could start by looking at the stuff from Cyberstorm Axis. Now, I have looked at some of this stuff before when it was revealed on like YG Organization. So I have given you my first impression on some of these cards already, but I still want to look at it again. Because I'm gonna be honest, I forgot what some of these cards do. And I also feel like it's a little different, because if you remember, we had that one stream where I did play OCG format. So I think that changed my perspective on some of these cards a little bit, right? Send download link? I can send you the download link for this one, yeah. There you go. Yeah, I don't think we need to go over every single card again. I don't think we need to read every single card again, because I'm pretty sure we've read all of these at some point. So I just want to look at some of the cards that I think have some sort of potential, and we'll just talk about that. The first thing is the stuff that I want to cover that has been meta relevant in the OCG. already, right? Like there's a couple things in here that I think could be relevant, but have not been relevant in the OCG yet. An example of that actually being Mana Dome. Mana Dome is an archetype that I have not really seen make any impact on the OCG metagame. So it is possible that they just need their second wave of support, which we've read earlier, right? We've read earlier the new support that is going to be releasing for Mana Domes, but so far in the OCG they haven't done that much. So we'll see. One archetype that I know has had great impact on the OCG metagame is Purely. And we've talked about this before. Once again, this is another moment where Josh watchers are just Giga Chads and know what's going on way before other. I told you like weeks ago, months ago, when we looked at Purely for the first time, that this stuff is probably going to be good. Turns out it was actually good and spiked a lot because of it. Once again, I did not invest into anything. I just got myself the playsets, but it is what it is. Purely, I think, is going to be a good deck. Whether it's going to be top tier, I think depends a little bit on the ban list. Like, I think for Purely to be a top tier deck for us, we do need a ban list. Like, currently, I don't think the deck matches up super well into Kashtira. But other than that, I think it's a pretty good deck. The reason why it becomes a good deck is it only actually gets 2 new cards. And these 2 I already know. But basically, Purely, if you've ever looked at it before, you know that Purely relies on like this one main deck monster so far that has different memory spells. And with different memory spells, it uses those to rank up into XYZs and so on and so forth. And it's just missing a little bit of stuff. But now with the next set, they get 2 very important cards. And I'll tell you why these cards are so important. Now, Purely Lily is, if this card's normal or special summon, you can add a Purely card from your deck to your hand, except a quick play spell. You can target a Purely quick play spell in your grave, special summon an XYZ that mentions it from your extra deck by using this face-up card you control as material. And if you do, attach that target to the summoned monster as additional material. This card is good in 2 ways. First of all, it gives you another target for your quick play spells that is not reliant on luck, right? The other Purely monster is like reveal the top 3 cards of your deck, add a Purely card to your hand. If you miss or you don't find what you need, unfortunate. With this one, you can find whatever you need. You can't add the quick plays, but you can add the trap card, you can add the continuous spell. There's a lot of great targets for this one. So you get a guaranteed search out of your Purely spells. You get alongside the guaranteed body. As well as this one actually ranks up into your extra deck by using the spells from your graveyard. Whereas the other main deck monster, the one that we already have, has to reveal them from your hand. So this one basically just ranks up for free. The other one loses a card in hand. Of course, this one is once per turn for both effects, whereas the other one, the old one, is not. So you still play Purely, the original Purely main deck monster, but this one just gives the deck a lot more and better options, which is great. And then the most important part, which is I think single-handedly the reason why the deck is good now, is the new memory spell. The new memory spell, I think, is what single-handedly makes the deck good. So like all the other quick play spells, it can summon a level 1 Purely from the deck, and has another effect while it's attached to a XYZ monster. The effect that this card basically gives to the XYZ monster is once per turn during your opponent's standby phase, you can draw a card. Now, drawing a card is powerful, but you might think like, okay, that's kind of like, why would that break the archetype? Why would that make Purely suddenly a good archetype because it can draw 1 card? Well, the thing is, it's not actually 1 card, and I'll tell you why. This is soft once per turn. So this means that if you attach multiple copies of Sleepy Memory onto an XYZ monster, it actually gains this effect multiple times, so it can draw a card for each Sleepy Memory that's attached to it. That's not all. let me show you about another card. Where is it? Where's the Yu-Gi-Oh database? Yu-Gi-Oh database. Card search. All right. Purely. The card that's most important for this interaction is Purely Leap. iKashi, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate you. Purely Leap is a card that, I mean, there's currently not really Purely decks, so I can't even say that this card is seeing play or not seeing play right now, but I guess it's not seeing play right now. But target a Purely XYZ you control, special summon from your extra deck a Purely XYZ with a different rank by using that target as material, but return it to the extra deck during the end phase of the next turn. You can banish this card from your grave, target up to 3 Purely monsters in the grave, shuffle them into the deck. Once again, what is a card that at first glance looks kind of just okay-ish is actually pretty insane, because once again, this is not hard once per turn. So what ends up happening is if you summon a purely rank 2 with Sleepy Memories attached to it, you can draw cards in your opponent's standby phase with the effect by Sleepy Memory. You can then use Purely Leap to overlay rank up into a rank 6 purely, rank 7 purely. And then that is a new monster. By the game, it's considered as a new monster, so it has the effects and it has not used those effects yet. So you draw for each Sleepy Memory again. So what that means is if you have 1 Sleepy Memory attached to your monster and you have a Purely Leap, you will draw 2 cards in your opponent's standby phase. If you have 2 attached Sleepy Memories, you will draw 4 cards in your opponent's standby phase. If you have all 3 Sleepy Memories attached to your Purely monster, you will draw 6 cards in your opponent's standby phase. On top of that, the monster you rank up to, the monster you rank into is also incredibly strong, which is Expurely Noir. You can, this card is unaffected by your opponent's activated effects while it has 5 or more materials, which it's probably always having. You can detach 2 materials from this card, target a card your opponent controls or in their grave, place it on the bottom of the deck. This is a quick effect if this card has a level 1 Purely as monster material. This is not once per turn. You can shuffle, you can put cards to the bottom of your opponent's deck for each 2 materials you have. It is not once per turn. So if you have 8 materials, you can put 4 cards to the bottom and you are unaffected while you have 5 or more materials. So like at the start of the turn, they can't like out it unless they play like a kaiju or whatnot. I've seen people play like, what is it? I don't know, like outs to this that are like, I don't know, XY exceeds Encore and stuff like that. But for the most part, it's just for the most part, I think it's just a very cool like control-ish type of deck where you can just like, you can draw into a bunch of hand traps and end on Noir plus hand traps, which is like fine. Actually, I think this deck overall is just, I don't think it's a problem. Like it draws cards, but it draws cards in your opponent's turn, which means you have to draw very specific cards to make up for it. I don't think it's a very toxic deck design or anything. I think it's pretty cool, actually. So I like Purely. I think it's going to be solid. Can Kurikara out it? If they activate the effect, yeah, you can Kurikara it. Kurikara is pretty good against it, actually. Like it's Kurikara is really strong against the Expurely Noir. Just saying. But yeah. These are the cards from the next set, yes. So those are the 2 cards. Those are the 2 cards that you can play in Purely. Also, Purely has some very neat things that it's got going for it when it goes second. Like, first of all, you're naturally going to play a lot of you're gonna draw a lot of hand traps. You're gonna play hand traps in that deck for sure. You're gonna also have some of the synergies that the deck already has when it goes second. Like, I have showcased this in a YouTube video, I believe. I'm pretty sure. When Amazing Defenders... Was it Amazing Defenders that had Purely? I think so. When Amazing Defenders came out, I made a video on Purely showcasing a combo with X Purely Happiness for going second, where you can, like, attack all of your opponent's monsters and make, like, a huge Zeus. It has some nice stuff for going second, plus hand traps. So I think Purely is going to be a solid option. I do think it's a solid option. Whether it's good enough, as long as we have full power Kashtira, remains to be seen. But I think that's a good option. The Walking Kid, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Other than that, we have the Super Heavy Samurai stuff, which goes from the one end of the base spectrum to the other end really quick. I hate these cards so far. I have actually not looked into how exactly it works. I've only seen some crazy combo replays, and I'm really not looking forward to it. Basically, the gist of it is all the Super Heavy Samurais. I think that's already their thing. I think that's something that they already have pretty much going on for them, is that they only work if you have no spells and traps in the graveyard, most of them. So they are like this kind of like monster mash type of deck, pretty much. But with Cyberstorm Axis, they get like insane one-card combos on one-card OTK, FTKs, one card set up for like, you get a, I'm pretty sure you get, what do you get? You get Pendulum Scales plus a rank 4 or something from one card. Okay. Thank you for the gift sub to Super Heavy Samurai. So it's like it's pretty insane. And I think the centerpiece of all of it is the centerpiece is Super Heavy Samurai Prodigy Wakaushi, I'm pretty sure. If you have no spell and traps in your graveyard, you can place a Super Heavy Samurai Pendulum monster from your deck in your Pendulum zone, except Wakaushi, then special summon this card. Yeah, I think that's how it all starts. If you have no spell and traps in your graveyard, you can discard a monster, special summon a Super Heavy Samurai from your hand or deck in defense position. Also, you cannot special summon monsters for the rest of this turn except Super Heavy Samurais. If this card is used as synchro, added to the X-ray face up, you can place. Okay, I think he starts by putting... Here's the FTK. Okay, I guess we can look at the FTK. One card FTK. Hog you.
This FTK is possible thanks to two random pack filler common cards, namely DDD Super Set King Zero Maxwell and Super Heavy Samurai Soulbreaker Armor. The goal of the deck is simple. Summon one of the level 12 Super Heavy Samurai Synchros, reduce its defense to 0 using Maxwell, and use the Grave Effect of Soulbreaker Armor twice to deal 8,000 damage. This is exceptionally easy to perform using the new cards from Cyberstorm Access. Despite the odd enablers, this combo doesn't sound much different from any other FTK. However, the real benefits of this FTK are that it can be achieved using any of 4 different one-card starters, it can divert into a Scythe Lock, usually with a Palooza, in the event it gets disrupted, and the actual core components of the FTK, Maxwell and Soulbreaker, only take up 3 slots in main, meaning you can easily set it out and play normally past game 1. Now, how do you perform this FTK? Well, assuming you have any of the 4 starters, you just need to refer to this flowchart. From there on, the combo is the same regardless of which one you started with. Important things to note during this combo. This FTK could be performed as a true one-card combo, however that leaves you a lot more open to disruption. It's much safer to leave yourself room for a discard, insert Soul Peacemaker. Most hand traps at least won't end your turn that way, which is quite impressive for a one-card combo. Up until you make Barone and activate Prodigy Summon from deck. You're not committed to the FTK either. This means that, unless you started with Wagon, you're safe to divert from the FTK, and end on the Scythe Lock from the time you normal summon up until you make Barone. And since you've made Barone, After you're committed to the FTK, you can still tank through a DD Crow, no problem. You just need to negate it.
So the thing is, I am not worried. I personally am not worried about the FTK being a thing. I really am not. I don't think that is the problem about this. It's just that the fact that the one card FTK exists, the fact that it exists, just shows some of the problems with these cards, right? It's just the fact that one of these, that you saw them have like a full FTK, including Barone and whatnot. Like, you can just, like, you can use these cards. I'm pretty sure you can use a lot of these cards without some of the brick cards that make you FTK and just make a super strong board, right? And the fact that, like, I feel like all of them are like starters is pretty damn insane. So the one downside is, of course, that they don't work if you have spells and traps in the graveyard, which does limit super heavy samurais in deck building a decent amount. But for the most part, it's just going to be, it's going to be a strong engine for sure. You can end on Barone, Regulus, Arclight, and Apollo off one card. Probably, right? Is it like one card and a discard or some shit? Yeah, nice. Yeah, I don't know. I don't find that very cool. I still don't know. Like, yeah. One card is Barone, Regulus, IP, Exterio. Look, I'm not an expert on the super heavy samurai combos yet, I guess, but I'm not a fan of the design. I'm not a fan of the design. I think it's stupid, especially the fact that we just saw that flow chart. It's like, it doesn't matter which one you start with, because you can start with the scale immediately, I'm pretty sure, but you can also start with the bike, which you can just discard to add any of them. You can also start with the Soul Piercer, because the Soul Piercer, if you link it off, searches you whatever, and you can just normal it and link. They have a link 1, of course they do. So there's like multiple, it doesn't matter which one you start with, because you always get to, like, you want to just get to this one in the scale and then special this one from the deck. I think this one is actually the only brick in the deck. Do they have to play 2? Do they have to play 2 because of the potential that you draw it and then you can't do your shit? Or do you just YOLO it? It's not a brick, but how do you... Can you then just... Can't you not use this, or is there another one? Like, how do you do this if you... Or do you just not use Vakaushi's effect then? Do you not need it? Or you play more pendulums, okay. Bro, it doesn't matter if this is the optimal way to play it. It does not matter if this is the optimal way to play it. But do you see why this is a problem? Like, can we just not... We don't have to argue whether this is the best way to play the deck, whether you can play better lines. But, like, why is this possible with one card? And why can you play 12 copies of that card? Like, what the hell is that? That is just very, very careless card design, I feel like. I mean, I get that they have a drawback with, like, no spells and traps in the graveyard, but Jesus Christ, not really. That's not really a drawback that we're looking at here. It's completely disgusting. Yeah. And I mean, whatever you say, this has seen play in the OCG. Super Heavy Samurai has been very popular in the OCG. Right? And they even have Maxi, which you would think is like a really good card against this deck. But yeah. So I'm not looking forward to this one. I really am not. Yeah. I generally just... I'm not opposed to combo decks. I'm not opposed to combo decks, but I just don't really love such like super efficient one card combos that just do everything in the game. Like, I don't, you know. But yeah, that's one thing I'm not looking forward to in Cyberstorm Axis. Some other cards that I am looking forward to is Ringo Worm, the 100 Apple Dragon. Actually, oh, I just realized Assault Synchron is not in Cyberstorm Axis. When do we get Assault Synchron? I thought we get it. When do we get Assault Synchron? Oh, the Battles of Legends. Right. The Battles of Legends Monsters Event. When does that come out? When do we get that? The end of June? Oh, after German Nationals? Unfortunate. 16th of June. 4 days after. No, not 4 days after German Nationals. God damn it. Hold up. Battles of Legends, Monstrous Revenge. Yeah. Oh. It is the 23rd of June. I guess you can't see. Yeah, it's the 23rd of June. And this one has, yeah. You can find quarter-century secret rare versions of new cards like Armed Neos and Assault Synchron, but also for iconic cards from the game's history like Dark Armed Dragon, Dante, Engage, Right, Zeus, Welcome Labyrinth. Okay. What do you think about the what do you guys think about the quarter-century secret rare, by the way? I saw that there's some controversy going on. Like, I saw the Ruxin video on it and whatnot. I saw some people are not very happy about it. Because I don't really know the reason. It's like they're saying it looks just it almost looks like Starlight, which that is true. And they think that's bad because it kind of maybe devaluates or like it makes Starlights less special because you can just like find them more often now, because I'm pretty sure these are not as hard to pull than regular Starlights. I will say I would have preferred if they're making another rarity, calling it like quarter-century secret rares or whatever, I would have preferred them to make it look more different, like, you know what I mean? But overall, it's still a good thing. Like, my take on Starlights, even if it looks like Starlight almost and is more accessible, that's a good thing. Because I've always been saying that freaking Starlight Rares should be a little more common. Like, they should not be that hard to find. I think it's like, you know, I think if that means more people can play these types of cards, then I'm all here for it. You know what I mean? So yeah, it is what it is. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. But yeah, okay, that was okay. So unfortunately, that means we do not get Assault Synchron, which means that we can probably not play. We can probably not play any crazy synchro decks yet. Because Assault Synchron is pretty sick. This card is basically currently taking OCG by storm, I feel like. I mean, there's like, not every deck plays it, but there's a couple of synchro decks that are really, really cool. During your main phase, you can special summon this card from your hand, then take 700 damage. If summoned this way, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck while you control this monster, except synchros. If a face-up dragon synchro monster you control is tributed or banished, you can banish this card from your grave, target one of those monsters, special summon it. You can only use each effect of Assault Synchron once per turn. I will say, the biggest reason why this card is busted in the OCG is because they have Chaos Ruler. I don't know how you can really take advantage of this card without Chaos Ruler. There is ways, like for example, Bestial Lubellion. You can Bestial Lubellion, tribute a Bestial, banish Assault Synchron to bring it back. There is ways you can use this card even without Chaos Ruler. Of course, with Chaos Ruler, it was infinitely much easier. You can't though? Oh wait, you can't tribute a Bestial because it has to be a Synchro. You can tribute another... You can tribute a Dragon Synchro for Lubellion though, right? It has to be a Synchro, yeah. But there's ways you can use it. Actually, yes. Bestial Dispotter. Checkmate. I meant Bestial Dispotter. Easy clap. Checkmate. Axel Stardust's second effect, for example. What does that do again? Oh, the quick effect synchro. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. And then we have... But let's leave it at Cyberstorm Axis for now, because sadly this is not relevant for nationals yet. It will be relevant for Euros, so we can look at that sooner. We can look at that soon enough. The Assault Synchron. It's not that far away. It's like 2.5 months. If a face-up non-effect monster is on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand. During your main phase, if you synchro summoned a synchro monster this turn, you can banish this card from your grave, special summon a 100 apple token. Level 2. If you use this token as synchro material, you can treat it as a tuner. You can only use each effect of Ringo Worm once per turn. This card is also pretty cool. This card is also pretty damn cool. This card has great synergy with a couple of things out there. Of course, it has synergy with Sword Soul, but one thing that I really think is worth noting is that in the OCG, they don't have the adventure engine. Pretty much. Because it's like hit into oblivion there. For us, the adventure engine is still pretty much full power. They don't have Griffin. Yeah, but like that's a big deal, right? And for us, I could definitely see us play some adventure synchro pile, you know, with Ringo Worm. That's dope. That's dope as hell. If you use the token for synchro, you don't get the Griffin. I mean, you don't have to use the token for the synchro. You can just use it with other stuff. It's just that you get a way to... You put up a negate, and you can special summon your Ringo Worm from hand. That's pretty cool. And then there's a couple of pretty sick synchros, I'm pretty sure. I mean, Bestial Dispotter. I remember this from the OCG. duel video, the one that we made. It's like 1 tuner plus 1 plus non-tuner dragon. You can target a banished light or dark, special summon it to your field. When your opponent activates a monster effect, you can target a banished card, shuffle it into the deck. If you were the card's owner, destroy the monster. If your opponent was, negate the effect. This card is so nice. This card is so nice. Bruh. And then we also have Chaos Angel, which is also a really popular card in the OCG. 1 tuner plus 1 plus non-tuner light and or dark. For this card, Synchro Summon, you can treat a light or dark you control as a tuner. What this means is you basically don't need a tuner. You don't need a tuner for this one. It's just you need 2 light or darks that together equal level 10. You can make it. If this card is special summoned, you can target a card on the field, banish it. Easy clap. This card gains these effects based on the original attributes of the materials used for its Synchro Summon. Light, synchro monsters you control are unaffected by activated monster effects. Dark, your monsters cannot be destroyed by battle. This card is nice. This card is nice. Level 9. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's 10. I'm not blind. Yeah, it's 10. So this thing is a good card. This thing is a very, very good card. The other synchros, I mean the super heavy samurais, but like the other ones I don't think are that good. Actually, let's look at Mana Dome. I know Pac made a Mana Dome video a while ago. Let me just look at that one really quick. Pac, Mana Dome. New, okay.
We're going to use Calarium to add a Meek.
Oh, wait.
Then we're going to activate. But this set will introduce the Manadome archetype. And as we know, the Visa Starforce lore has been pretty broken, right? We have Tearlaments, Scareclaw. We have like just overall a plethora of archetypes that became very, very powerful that fit within the Visa Starfrost lore. Kashtera is another one of them. So let's kind of talk about this archetype and their impact and what they can potentially do. I'm gonna start off with the combo video and then a deck profile for you all. But don't forget to comment, like, and subscribe. Let me know what other combos you've seen, what other, I guess, ideas you have to make the deck even better, or any ideas that you have about the deck in general. But let's jump into it. Let's see my first draft, and I'm gonna show you the combos. All right, so this is a test hand that I drew that I figured I'm gonna be showing you guys. We have Hero Lives, Rhoda, Manadome, Ambition, Impermanence, and Ash Blossom. I will explain more about what these cards all do in the deck profile, but I'm just going to be showing you the combo and the potential of the deck, right? So we have Hero Lives here. We're going to summon Elmto Hero Prisma. We're going to use Prisma to reveal a new card that came out in this set, which is Vicious Ashroud. And because Visa Starfrost is mentioned in the name of it, we're going to be able to send Starfrost.
Is this, just quickly before we continue, any OCG experts in chat, is this like a thing that they do? Like, is Prisma good in this deck, or is this like one of the more fancy
Starfrost from the deck to the graveyard? And now Elmto Hero Prisma is considered a Starfrost, a Visa Starfrost. We can link it off to summon Scarecrow Lightheart and search the Reichphobia. Use Reichphobia to search Reichheart. Use Rhoda to search the Realmheart. Special summon Reichheart. Use the effect to add a rival. We're then going to link both of these off into a cross sheet. And then summon Vicious Ashroud by banishing from the graveyard Starfrost and Reichheart.
I mean, this is one Prisma, right? That's pretty good so far.
This summoning condition is not once per turn, and it can continuously happen, and it's quite easy. All you have to do is shuffle back.
But so far, it's been mostly Scareclaw stuff, right? It's like that we haven't seen any Mana Dome shit.
Shuffle, banish the materials of a Visa Starfrost and any monster with 1500 attack and 21 defense. And now we're going to see cross sheet triggers, which allows you to bring back the Prisma. We're going to use Prisma to send another Starfrost to the graveyard because it's once per turn per copy. We're then going to activate the Lightheart to bring itself back, and then use Abscission to destroy the Reichheart to add the planet Calarium. We're going to use Calarium to add a Meek. Then we're going to activate the effect of Arrival to bring back the Starfrost, and then make Barone. That protects us and insulates us from any other interruptions that my opponent can have. And to be quite honest, I definitely could have sequenced this better to play around Barone by making Barone earlier in the combo. But for the sake of this, I'm just gonna be showing you what's possible. Then we're gonna normal summon Meek because we haven't used it yet, and then we're gonna activate Ream Heart's effect to pop it, this special summon itself. Then go Chainlink 1 Ream Heart, Chainlink 2 Meek to summon another copy from the deck, and Chainlink 3 Calarium, where if a tuner is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can target them and then reborn it. And then you can see that the Ream Heart will search a Mana Dome Reframing, which is a counter trap to negate the activation of any spell trap card or monster effect, which is absolutely insane. And if you have Starfrost in your graveyard or in the field, or a monster with 1500 attack, 21 defense, you can actually destroy the card. And then when it's in the graveyard, you can banish it to shuffle back 3 Mana Dome monsters back into the deck. Meek, when it's special summoned from the deck, can actually increase his level by 2 to become a level 4. And we're going to see that actually come up because we're going to synchro Ream Heart plus Mana Dome, which is 4 plus 4 now because Meek was summoned from the deck, to make Axel Synchro Stardust Dragon and use this effect to bring another copy of Meek back from the graveyard. We're going to make a Synchro 10 here, Ice Jade Grimir Agronine. And this is a card that is absolutely insane. It makes all the monsters unable to be destroyed or banished by your opponent's card effects this turn. So you have a very sticky board for your opponent. And then if you do it in response to a card effect or activation, you can actually banish all names of the card that they activated in response. Right?
What kind of board?
And this card is it's really good recovery too, because whenever a card is banished by your opponent's card effect while this card is in the graveyard, you can bring it back. Then we're going to use Axel Synchron Stardust Dragon and Meek to make a Bestial Dissipator. And this card is nice because it allows you to target a light or banished monster and bring it back to your side of the field. So Starfrost and Right Heart, or Light and Dark monsters, so you can summon back. And not only that, it's also a monster negate, because when your opponent activates a monster effect, you can target a banished card, shuffle into the deck, and if you own that card, you can actually destroy that monster. So we're going to use it to summon back the Starfrost, and then we're going to summon another Astroud, and then we're going to make a Appaloosa. Theoretically, there's a lot that you could have done there. You could also make a IP Masquerena, and a bunch, but I decided to make Appaloosa for the sake of this purpose. And this is going to be pretty much our board. So we're going to have literally, like, I think, how many interruptions? 1 interruption off Barone, 2 off Dissipator, 3 off the Grimnir, 4 off Imperm, 5 off Reframing, 6 off Ash Blossom, and then up to 3 more from Appaloosa, which puts you at almost 9 interruptions off this combo. And you also
Trish
have a lot
video
of
incoming.
So I'm going to be showing you guys the deck profile and showing you like the potential of how many non-engine cards you can potentially fit in this deck. And let me know how you can make it better. Alright guys, so here is the deck profile. Honestly, for a first draft, I feel like this list is quite decent. We're going to be playing 3 of the new Mana Dome Obsession. What this card allows you to do is target a monster you control, destroy it, and add a Primal Planet Calarium from your deck to your hand. And then, if you already have the planet, you can actually add a Mana Dome Spell or Trap instead. You can also banish this card from your graveyard to summon a Visa Starfrost or a monster with 1500 attack or 21 defense from your hand. You then have the Calarium, which allows you to add a Mana Dome monster or a Visa Starfrost from your deck to your hand. And then, whenever a face-up tuner you control is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can target one of them.
Okay, I mean, I can already tell you that a list like this one would not cut it right now in terms of like going second. Like in the current format, like this would not do shit. But it is also just like, it looks like most of that is pretty bad into a Rise Heart. But that's just, I mean, we have to see, I guess, how the format looks when these cards come around, because I'm gonna be honest, so far this reminds me a lot of the Scareclaw combos, you know what I mean, where there has always been crazy Scareclaw combos in the last couple of months, but it's never actually managed to be top tier material. I think there is 2 things that need to happen for Mana Dome to be a meta contender. The first thing that needs to happen is probably a ban list. And the second thing that needs to happen is that the support from the set after probably needs to be solid. Which, so far, they have. We just read one earlier. There was a little bit of more Visa Starfrost support, and some of it is not bad. Right? Some of it is not bad. So there is no, I don't think it's hopeless for this deck, but yeah, there's that. So what else in this set is actually really worth looking at, chat? Because I don't think any of the others are like, is there anything else that is really insane? Like, we've seen the Teller Knights, but I'm pretty sure the Teller Knights are not that good. I've reacted to these before. They are okay, but yeah, I don't know. The Firewall is okay, I think. Wannabe is a decent card, but it's only a decent card for trap decks. Wannabe is during the end phase, you can send this card from your hand or field to the grave. Excavate cards from the top of your deck equal to the number of your opponent's unused spell and trap zones. And if you do, you can set an excavated trap, but send it to the graveyard during the next end phase. Also place the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. So like you can convert this into a trap card that can immediately be activated when you go second. Like for example, your opponent makes a board going first. You can use this in the end phase to set a trap that you can immediately use, but it's like, it's only okay. It's a good card, but it's not that great. This Nemorelia archetype, I'm pretty sure is awful. Unfortunately, I've looked at it before. The new Mikanko. What does the new Mikanko do again? If this card is not equipped with an equipped card, you take no damage from battles involving. If this card is equipped, you cannot be destroyed by battle. Your opponent takes damage. Your opponent cannot target Mikanko cards you control with card effects while you control an equipped card. If an equipped card becomes equipped to this card, you can add a Mikanko trap from your deck to your hand. Meh. But there's also a new dance for the Mikanko. The equipped monster cannot be destroyed by card effects. You can only use each of the following effects of Mikanko once per turn. If your Mikanko battles, you can target a card, return to hand. If this card's in your grave, target a Mikanko in your grave, special summon it, and if you do, equip it with this card. Okay, that's not bad. That's a good card. Oh yeah, I'm blocking the text. That's a good equip. That is a good equip. Is there more Mikanko? Is there like a Mikanko trap or something? No. So you can only search the old traps. Oh, Libromancer Origin. Hold up. When this card's activated, you can set a Libromancer spell trap directly from your deck except Origin. Libromancer ritual monsters you control gain attack equal to their own level times 100. If a ritual is ritual summoned, you can target a spell and trap, destroy it. You can only use this effect Origin once per turn. You activate Origin. It's a good card. It's kind of redundant though, is it not? Like, being able to set the traps directly from your deck is something that Doombroker can already do. Giving Geek Boy a secondary target is good. I agree with you. That is a good thing because very often when you draw the field spell, your Geek Boy feels very mediocre. So that's kind of whack. The problem is, like, you would still have to play another trap card, basically. It is good for Magician Souls, right? Because you just get an additional thingy. Yeah. It's a good card. I don't think it... I'm not sure if it solves the problems for Libromancers, but it is a... I think it's welcome support for the deck. You just set the field spell? Well, yeah, but if you already had the field spell, then what's the point of that? And if you didn't have the field spell yet, then you could also just go Geek Boy for the field spell instead of Geek Boy for Origin. Is Magician Soul still 40 apiece? Is it? Why would it be? Hasn't Magician Souls been reprinted a bunch of times? Magician Souls. That's like 15-ish. It's not that expensive. Yeah. Oh, Illusion is expensive. Okay, Illusion of Chaos. Oh, that has not been reprinted yet. Yeah, it's like 35. Yeah. Okay. Okay, what else is there? What is there? Firewalls, Super Heavy Samurais. Fallen of Argyros. This card is super weird to me because it looks like it would be sprite support, but I'm pretty sure it's not sprite support. If a level rank link 2 monster is on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand to either field. You can only special summon Argyros once per turn. Neither player can activate the effect of link monsters that point to this card. During your opponent's turn, quick effect, you can target an XYZ on the field, detach up to 2 materials from it. This is such a weird card. It's such a weird card. You're meant to use it versus Elf? And then what, dude? It's like so underwhelming. This is so weird. It's not even a quick effect to summon itself. Then it would actually maybe be a good hand trap against Sprite, but it's just, yeah, it's probably just a lore pack filler. We have some Ice Jades, Teller Knights, Infinite Track, Amazements, whatever this is. Whatever this is. This support, this thing is not that bad, but this set to me, this set gives me heavy Darkwing Blast vibes. Like, I don't think this set will completely change how we play the game. It's kind of like a DLC, right? It's like what Darkwing Blast was for Photon Hypernova, this is for what Darkwing Blast was for Power of the Elements, this one is for Photon Hypernova, I feel like. It's like the DLC to thing, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I don't think it's boring. I don't think it looks like a boring set. There's a lot of cards here besides the super heavy samurai stuff that I'm looking forward to, right? DLC is sometimes exactly what we need, right? I feel like a little bit of a bump is exactly what Mikanko needs, Libromancer needs, Synchro decks need, Purely needs. That's exactly what those deck needs, right? They need that little DLC, right? We don't want the game to completely shift away from these decks, but they need a little bit of a help, and I think that's great. I think that's good. Just a little bit of a repositioning in the meta for some decks, right? Just give a little bit of fresh air. I'm happy with that. But I'm not a fan of the super heavy samurai stuff, and I'm also not sure if most of this is enough without a ban list that addresses Kashtira, which remains to be seen. Read the Ice Jades? Is it actually worth reading the Ice Jades? I mean, there's only one Ice Jade here, so sure. You can discard another Ice Jade card or water, special summon this card from your hand, then you can special summon a Ice Jade token. While that token is in the monster zone, the player who summoned it cannot special summon monsters from the extra except water monsters. You can only use this effect once per turn. This card's name becomes whatever while it's equipped with an equip card. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Yeah, we have Long Yan at home. But it can't make... It cannot make Barone. Right? Yeah. It does make Cheng Ying, but like... I don't know. Guiding Quem. This card was decent, I think. I remember this card. If this card's normal or special summon, you can send Fallen of Albaz or a card that mentions it from deck to grave. If a card leaves the extra deck, you can target a Fallen of Albaz or one monster that mentions it in your grave. Special summon it. This card's decent. I don't know if they... Do they still play it? I remember they played it in the beginning in the OCG. That card seems decent. Does a card leave the extra deck if I summon it? Yes. You summoning a card from the extra deck does count as a card leaving the extra deck. So this is a pretty good card. I'm pretty sure the other branded stuff was not very good though. Branded Etude and Blazing Branded King. Those were not that great, I think, if I remember correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think they are. The Mana Dome field spell, when this card's activated, you can add a Mana Dome or Visas Starfrost from your deck to your hand. Light monsters you control gain 100 attack for each tuner. If a face-up tuner you control is destroyed by battle or card effect, target one of them, special summon it. Okay. So it's just the same old lazy card design of on activation, add a monster, small attack buff, plus bonus effect. Noted. And I think for now, I guess we can talk about time-rending Morganite, because I feel like when that card was revealed, a lot of people just freaked out. But I think that card is just not very exciting. Well, okay. It is a very unique card design. Apply these effects for the rest of this duel. You cannot activate monster effects in the hand. Draw 2 cards instead of 1 for your normal draw during your draw phase. You can conduct up to 2 normal summons or sets each turn, not just 1. You can banish this card from your grave and discard a time-rending Morganite. This turn, your opponent cannot activate monster effects when you normal summon a monster. Now, once again, when I read this card, I felt like I really wanted it to be good, because I like the idea that this card portrays. But I think it's just an awful card. The reason being, like, in my mind, this card is only good if you can play a deck that can realistically play for multiple turns, because you can take advantage of drawing 2 cards each turn, because that's the really broken part of this card, right? The 2 normal summons is not what makes this card powerful. Because, goddammit, there's already double summon. Heyo! Napian! Napian 15, thank you so much. Oh god, thank you so much for letting us... What is that? That's another sub goal today? What the hell is going on? Thank you so much. Alright. And it's not actually... Okay, and this one is like the first time we actually hit a sub goal without people just spamming random subs to random card names. So Napian, thank you. Appreciate that so much. Let's see if the remix works fine this time. So far, so good. Lithium voice is on point. All right. All right. Easy clap. Sometimes it just works. Sometimes it just works. Anyways, thank you again. Watch the YCS tier deck. Okay, we'll look at it in a second. I want to finish talking about this set first. Where was I? Oh, yes. You're never going to play this card for the 2 normal summons because there's already double summon. And that card does not see play. And I will say once again, it is just a fact that 90% of Yu-Gi-Oh games, or maybe 80% of Yu-Gi-Oh games right now, are being decided on the first few turns. Turn 2, 3, maybe. So a card that when you activate it doesn't do anything other than giving you a second normal summon and only starts accumulating value over time is just not very well positioned in the current Yu-Gi-Oh environment. Right? So, I don't know. If you play Floodgates, it might work. The thing is, if you play Floodgates, you don't need this card. Right? If you play if you play Floodgates, you don't need this card. Isn't that what Runics do? This card is not very good in Runics, I think. Like, I mean, okay, I get the idea. I get why you say that. You're like, okay, Runic is this stun strategy that actually doesn't even conflict with this because you're just activating spell cards from hand, not monsters. I get what you're saying. I understand it, but the problem is it's really hard for Runics to get into a grind game when you're playing with one less card. If you're going first with 4 cards, it's not as easy. If you're going second with only 5, it's not as easy either. So that's a problem. You know? Beastie J, thank you for the 3 months. Mana Dome. We'll probably look at it when this set comes out. We'll probably look at it, but like I said, my current take is I think Mana Dome needs a ban list or more support for it to be goo material. This card would have been cool 10 years ago. That card would have been probably pretty good a couple years ago, yeah. What else is there? Where is the Sky Striker link? Where does that come out? Where's Azalea? I thought that was that was a V Jump promo. Okay, so that what you're trying to tell me is that might still take a while until we get that, right? That's probably a long time until we get that, right? Yeah, okay. That's unfortunate. I like that card design. We still don't know what gold pride stuff there is. I mean, yes, that is always, I think that's a beautiful thing about these is like, as much as I appreciate, we've talked about this before with one of the Magical Hats episode. As much as I appreciate knowing the spoilers for a set beforehand, I think it's kind of boring that there's not much new stuff to be excited for when there's a new set. And so I like that at least in the TCG, there's always 20 cards that we don't know. Right? There's always 20 cards in a new set that we do not know. Because the way it works, just in case for anyone that's unaware, the core set comes with 80 cards. The core set comes with 80 cards plus 10 cards that are imported from Japan, or from the OCG rather. So 10 cards that are already out in the OCG but not in the TCG yet will find their way into our set, as well as 10 what they call world premiere cards. And world premiere cards are designed by people in the TCG basically, right? So whenever we look at these sets beforehand, there's always, keep in mind that there's 20 cards that we do not know about yet. Right? There's 20 cards that we don't know about yet. 10 of them will be imports. 10 of them will be completely new. And they can potentially have huge impact on the format and make everything different. Like Garura, for example, is one of those cards that they never had. And to this day, I don't think they have Garura in the OCG. And that, I mean, I'm still mad at whoever made that card, but goddamn did that card change up what we expected from Power of the Elements. So who knows? I mean, at the end of the day, we might be preparing for nationals all we want, and then like, you know, they just drop the most insane like gold pride support or whatever as the world premiere cards, and suddenly we need to play that. You know what I mean? All right. But I think for now that's like mostly what I think about this set. I don't think there's much else that's like super exciting. Like, yeah. But that is basically what's next. That's basically what is next for Yu-Gi-Oh! Can we get, I can send you the link to this, yeah. Could you please give your opinion on Etude? Okay, because you asked so nicely, I will read Branded Etude. During either player's turn, you can, immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon using monsters you control as material, including a dragon monster. You can only use this effect of Branded Etude once per turn. While you control a bestial monster, any monster sent to your opponent's graveyard because they attributed it for a ritual summon or used it as a material for a fusion, synchro, or link is banished instead. Okay, that's better than I remembered it. I don't know. It's obviously a floodgate, which is annoying. But it's also kind of like a balanced floodgate because you need to control a bestial. And the quick synchro effect is nice. But I don't know. Most of the synchros you can just make on your own turn. I'm not sure. I guess it does play around like branded fusion restriction if you really want to do that. But I'm not sure if that's worth it. I don't know. I don't think this is better than branded beast and regain stuff that you can do with Lubellion. Because that's the only way I can see setting this stuff up. But yeah. Anyways, why don't we I have been informed that the top 32 tier limit deck list has been posted. That has been posted 30 minutes ago. So I guess let's go. It's only 3 minutes.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see you there. YCS topper Caleb Cowdrey here. I piloted the tier element strategy to top 32 this weekend at the 250th YCS in Los Angeles. Here's my list. All right, so I played 3.
What was that intro?
Tier elements Kashtira. It's honestly probably the best card in the deck. I played 3 Rhino Hearts. Obviously 1 Sheeran, 1 Merly, 1 Havanus. I don't think much needs to be said about that. 1 Keldo, 1 Mudora, 1 Kelbeck, 1 yugioh.
Okay, just for a second, I want you guys to imagine how we would have reacted to this if someone posted this exact list like 2 months ago. Just think about that for a second.
I played 3 King of the Swamp.
Oh, stop the pack.
I played 2 Diviner. I played 1 Beast and 1 Squamata, 1 Fenrir, 3 Ash Blossom. That's
Oh, wait. Okay, 1 fin. Oh, no, it's because you have the other target. Okay.
the monsters. For spells, I played 3 Planets, 3 Book of Moon, 2 Foolish Burial Goods, 1 Terraforming to search planet and to search Pressure Planet, 1 Poly, and then 2 Scream. I only play just Suliak in the main deck for traps to search, so playing this at 2 was really, really nice. The fact that I can like search it off of Trivikarma if need be also felt really nice, and I did play Trivikarma. For the extra...
That's it? There's like 3 non-engine. It's like 3 books. What if you don't have book? Please, for the love of God, tell me what you do if you don't have book against the Rysard. What happens? What happens if they summon the card called Kashtira Arisehard?
I played Rulclose and Kaleidoheart, just 1 of each. King of the Swamp, Natis Ascend off of an Diviner, Winda, obviously, 1 Dragostapelia, 1 Grapha, and then Guardian Chimera. This card's insane, dude. 1 Barone, Redoer.
I like the cuts. It's short and precise.
Literally like your best rank 4. Baguska for Kashtira, Dugaris to pitch the Trivikarma, Zeus. I didn't make this one.
Also, like the best thing about it, I think this might be on purpose, but normally when like my editor cuts my deck profiles, it's to remove the but they cut but they always cut right before the so you can still hear it. It's still in there.
Sprint, and then Ausa. That's the extra deck. And then for the side deck, I played 3 Gamma and 1 Driver, 3 Gamma Seal, Volcanic Scattershot, 3 Super Poly, Called By for going first, and then the 3 searchable good tier cards, so Heartbeat, Meta Noise, and Crime.
Were there any cards that overperformed or underperformed this weekend? What would you change about the deck profile?
There's no Garura. I would have played Garura. This should have been Dark. This card sucked. This I only made literally twice. Shout out my wife for putting up with me going to locals like every day of this week. Shout out my daughter for same. Shout out Travis Goff. He's literally the homie. Love that man. Shout out Kyle Inskeep and Corey for getting me into the game. I love you guys. That's it.
Yeah. Giga Chat deck profile. What do you want me to say? It's perfect. That Book of Moon did some heavy lifting this weekend, dude. That Book of Moon was must have been a freaking Giga Chat. Like, oh god. How much weight did that Book of Moon carry? God damn. Oh my god. Okay, that was very cool. I think that's the second best tier limit deck profile I've ever seen after the Walter Jewel one. That is probably the second best tier limit deck profile I have ever seen. Whew. Okay. All right, chat. I have one more announcement to make before we head off, because tomorrow is actually going to be a little bit of a special stream, because we will be dueling tomorrow. We will be dueling tomorrow remotely, and I'm going to be using my YCS London deck, and it's a cooperation with Sleeve Chief. You remember that one where I was dueling against my subscribers, and depending on how many of you guys won, there was an increase in the discount code. We're doing that again tomorrow. We are actually playing Yu-Gi-Oh, and I'm gonna be playing my list from YCS London, so you can see it in action. The way it's gonna go is I want to prepare for it as much as possible today. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to probably post in my Discord about it later, how exactly it's going to work, and I'm gonna already select some people today so that way we know who's gonna play tomorrow, and it's gonna be planned out a little bit better. Just in case anyone wants to participate, keep an eye on the Discord. Keep an eye on the Discord, !Discord, and join. And I will post about it in a few hours. So that way, you know, we can sort that out. Anyways, that is all for today. I think that's all I've planned. I mean, it's almost 5. That counts. Okay, that's a full-on stream. All right. Once again, thank you so much for everyone for being here. Thank you for all the support. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow. I'll just send you guys somewhere. Where do I send you guys? Let me check. I'll send you to Zulu. Why not? I'll send y'all to Zulu. Say hi to Zulu. And I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow. Yeah. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you have a great rest of your day. And peace. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye, chat.